programs that I attended, all of the education that I had, college, public, and otherwise, nobody ever told me that I was an African woman. Nobody ever told me what the history of African people were. Nobody ever told me that America is business, and without business you will have nothing and be nothing. And nobody ever told me how to organize business so that I would be able to develop institutions in my own community. So now the sincerity of all of the programs and all of the education has to be questioned, indicted, and convicted, because the bottom line is that America is not and has never tried to produce African adults who are functional, self-sufficient, who understand their politics, their economics, and their relationship to the world politics and the world economics.
With the NAACP, the Urban League, and the traditional we shall overcome civil rights leaders of the 50s and 60s that have been all but abandoned and ignored by younger people, Sister Souljah included.
I think that the dice are loaded, and that's what's left out of Mr. Brown's piece. See, there was a period of time in this country after Reconstruction where African people owned a lot of land, owned a lot of businesses, and did a lot of things. But what happened was the American government, the Ku Klux Klan, and other organizations organized in smashing that effort. So it's not that we haven't tried to own lands and have not organized businesses. It's that if you are African in America or in Latin America or in the Caribbean or in the continent, you will be hunted no matter what you do, because they do not want us to survive and become self-sufficient. And you can say no, but you haven't lived this life. You haven't lived this life.
And be happy. I'm talking about that. All right. Now, to paraphrase Senator Bradley of New Jersey, the state from which your piece was.
Senator Bradley gets much right when he talks.
He does, and he, among other things, and he's not claiming to be particularly original with the observation, we can't get there unless we go together. I have a terrible feeling that behind me are some people who do not agree.
Senator Bradley of the all-white United States Senate said we can't get there unless we all go there together. Sorry, none of us are where he is. That's number one. Number two, you're making a moral appeal to a country that doesn't have a moral conscience. The question becomes that when white people feel serious and angry and upset about abortion, they come out in the thousands up to the millions to say, this is what we believe about abortion. Where is the white outcry against white racism that murders African people all around this entire globe? It doesn't exist. So who are these white good people? I want to meet them. I want to see them. A few is not enough.
But that might be all we can get.
And guess what? I don't work with all I can get. What I work with is what I have. Listen, you have to have some confidence in the power of African people amongst ourselves to establish a foundation.
We have.
We have it. We have utter chaos in our cities, and you got to say that. You can have a program. I'm not saying we've built a lot of institutions, and those institutions have not been effective. The majority of millions of African youth in this country are dying mentally, dying spiritually, dying emotionally, dying academically. And you may have a program, Mr. Brown may have a program, but what we got to talk about is an American government that tracks millions of African people who don't go to your program, don't go to Brown's program, millions of African people, not only here, but all around the world. And if we are not honest enough to say who are our friends, who are our enemies, to know what a friend is, to know what an enemy is, we will constantly be trying to get into people's parties, to shake our butts with them, to get them to like us, and that's not the question. The question is, what can we build amongst ourselves to secure ourselves from our enemies so that we will be able to survive into the future?
Mayor Kelly.
That's enough to know that if I walk out Washington, D.C. tonight, some black kid in Washington, D.C. is blowing up another black kid's head for a pair of sneakers because the institutions that we're talking about, not the things that we hold up to say, look, this is one example. The institutions that we're talking about are not saving the minds of those African children. That is the honest truth. None of these Negroes Jersey, who told me who I was, who showed me my history, who told me who my enemies were, who let me know that this was not an easy world, who let me know that this was a cold environment, who let me know what he's not a part of is dilly-dallying with the minds of African children and letting them know what the real situation is in America.
Oh, there we go. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, Abby.
Whew, that was a mouthful, right? I have to thank. Yeah, I have to thank Michael for that one. Actually, when I was talking to him today about planning to come on the show, and he had just mentioned it, and I was like, yeah, I remember that with Phil Donahue, and I went back and watched it, and I was like, oh, I think that would probably be perfect, because it's the spirit of debate, which we're gonna have today, right? And it really kind of hits home on the topic of why I think we shouldn't be marching. Like, I think we should be focusing on the Black community more. So, yeah, thank you, Michael, for that one. How have you been? Not you, Michael, the other Michael.
Yeah, I was a little
coming up.
I was like, yeah.
You were like, wait, we didn't talk.
I was like, okay. What is she doing? I didn't say that. But then I was live, so I'm like, what do I say? Yeah, that's funny.
Michael Pan, who will be on the panel today, yes.
Right. Yeah, we've got hilarious. We've got a good amount of our guests hanging out backstage. Just a couple other people were waiting to hop in when they're home or whatever. But we could probably get get started a little bit tentatively in the beginnings of the conversation a little bit, and then try and save some of the meat of the conversation for when everyone is here. But I think we might as well bring everyone on here that we've got backstage.
So I'll let you start doing that. I got to get my bearings on.
Everyone want to say hello? We'll start with Lucy since she's the one with her mic unmuted first. So.
Oh, hi, Michael. Hello, Bad Cookies, Abby, and Michael Johnson. I have a good friend who's also, his name is Michael Jansen.
Really?
Yeah, but he's black. But he's the black Michael Johnson. So I'm gonna, yeah.
So many Johnsons out there, but there is Michael Johnson himself, the state, what is his name, the House Speaker of the House guy or whatever, the antithesis of a person like me.
I guess it's a common name, yeah, but.
So hello, Michael Pan. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hi, Blue Moon, Red Wine. Hi, Abby and Michael Johnson, Bad Cookies. How you guys doing today?
Good.
Peachy.
Doing good. Why am I hearing
a bit of a echo or a background?
Yeah, let me see if I can fix that. Okay, it's gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's up, Bad Cookies?
All right. Hi, everyone. How you doing tonight? I'm Bad Cookies. Hi, Blue Moon Red Wine, Michael Pan. Abby, do you know you don't need any introduction? And what's up, Philo? Good to see you.
Yeah. Well. Blue, have you ever met Lucy or Michael? Lucy has a channel.
I have
Lucy, you want to tell everybody about your channel? Might as well give yourself a plug while you're here before we get started.
I have a channel. It's a small channel, but I do segments, especially like in the summer because I have a little more time now. Yeah.
And it's called Blue Moon Red Wine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I could try to look for that and put it in the chat too. So I have this new database system that I'm trying to play with, and I put all my stuff in there. So I do have some things to show, like to spark conversation, but it might take me a minute to try to figure out how to pull it up. So I apologize for that. but the topic of conversation is should FBA be in the streets protesting against these immigration policies? Hopefully, Morpheus will be able to come soon. So I don't know who wants to start first. Do we want to go around the? We should, or maybe we should say. I say no, we shouldn't. But we could go around and see what everybody else thinks. We could start with you, Michael.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Just before we do introduce everyone into the roundabout discussion, we do have one person who did just join in backstage, so I think now would be the best time to bring her in and say hello, and then we can do the round. Sound good? Round table?
Sure. And who is that?
This is
Truth Zone. Hello?
Truth Zone. Okay. Yeah.
Now, I know Abby I really don't know Abby, but I've seen Abby on Smoke Signals panel, so that's why I've been subbed to your channel for a while. And I've been wanting to catch you live for the longest, but I've heard you speak on Smoke Signals panel a few times, and I frequent his panel all the time. So I seen you over there, so I figured I'd pull up and show support.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. For sure. Nice to meet everybody on the panel. It was good. Salute.
Salute. So okay. So how did you just see the link in the comments?
For StreamYard? The StreamYard link? Yes, ma'am. I seen it in the chat.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Now I've been subbed to your channel for a while, because I seen you over there. Like I said, I seen you on Smoke's panel, and I've been subbed up to you for a few months. But I always try to catch you live. This is my first time catching you live, so I figured I should join your panel.
That's because you're a night crawler, I assume, because they're up late at night, and our channel is usually at 5 p.m. Central.
Right. A lot of those guys be on my panel, like Smoke Signal. All those guys be on my panel sometimes too, because I do the same. I host. I'm a channel host too. So.
Oh, okay. Well, shout out your channel.
For sure. Appreciate that.
And tell us what it's about.
You said what it's about? It's just various topics. Like I had a topic last week, or a few weeks ago, talking about should so-called black people get reparations. I talk about stuff like that. What else? What other topic? Our immigrants are a detriment. Just various topics. I did another topic called interracial marriages and dating a detriment. Just different things. It just depends on what mood I'm in.
So, but mostly black centered discussions. Sounds like correct.
You can say that, but I'm not really pro-black. I'm not. You see what I'm saying?
But it's black centered discussions, right?
Right on.
Awesome.
Well, it'd be interesting to have your contribution to the panel here. So let's go start. Are we going to start with bad cookies and do the round about, or is that what you were thinking?
Sure.
That's just a circle from my.
Yeah, that's my circle too.
Yeah. Go ahead, bad cookies.
Well, damn, I wasn't ready, but all right. So, no, it's cool.
We can come back to you.
No, it's fine. What I'd like to say about that is, yes, I think they should be out in the streets protesting with us. However, you had mentioned something in the last episode, Abby, that I really took into consideration, and I agree with you. And that was that they shouldn't be out there protesting with the immigrants that are protesting right now, because as soon as they get involved, then the cops get involved, and then violence ensues after that. So I think the reason they do that is because after some consideration and thought about it, I think the reason they do that is because they don't want Black folk and Hispanics uniting and forming a coalition, because the second that happens, they become the majority and everybody else becomes minority. So then that creates difficulties to where they have to appease that group of people. And as long as they keep us divided, it's easier for them to control. Oh, they won't be there for the other people, so we won't have to worry about the other group joining with them. They're not going to have the numbers and unity that they normally would have if it wasn't for something divisive. Like, I feel like it's always a tit for tat kind of thing. Like, oh, those people weren't there for us. Why should we be there for them? And that could go for any group. Is is them saying, hey, if they're not going to stand with us, why should we stand with them? And after having a very meaningful discussion with a friend of mine, he's in the chat, he can out himself if he wishes. We had a very important conversation where he educated me and let me know that it's not about tit for tat. It's not about me standing for other people just because they stand for me. It's me standing for other people because it's solidarity. It's unity. Like, I don't need you to be there for me. I will be there for you when I want to be there for you, which is always going to be wanting to be there. I don't need you to be there for me in order for me to be there. It's not a give and take relationship here. If you believe in human rights and you believe in the freedom of people, then you stand. And after he told me about that, I was like, you know what, dude, you're right. I can't be here and think like, oh, Asians don't protest with the Hispanics. So Asians, why am I going to sit there and protest with Asians for Asian rights? That's not right. That only creates further division, because the next time it comes around that Asians should stand with people of other ethnicities. And this is just an example, but I'm just saying, if there was other people that needed to stand with others, they're going to think the same thing. Like, oh, they weren't there for us the last time. Why should we be there for them? If this vicious cycle goes on forever and ever, we're never going to be there for each other. So instead of thinking, oh, they weren't there for us, why should we be there for them? That's irrelevant. You should always think, we should be there for each other. Who gives a shit about anything else? And that's just the way I feel about that.
Yes, that was nice. That was a mouthful. I feel like, there's two different Black perspectives, I think, for the general, like, majority speaking. And one is, I don't want any parts of it at all, because we've done so much, and people just talk about us, talk bad about us, like talk about our culture, our behavior, our mannerisms, like everything is anti-Black. And so they are like, I'm standing down, period. And then there's people like me who was like, I'm not putting my body on the line for a cause that bodies haven't been put on the line for me. But what I can do is I could talk about it. I could try to bring awareness. I could keep, like the information being passed. I could get on panels like this. I could have various discussions with my friends and family. Ask people where their humanity is. And I just wonder, out of all the videos I've seen about where is everybody, they're only calling out Black people when there are so many immigrants in this country. There are European immigrants, there are African immigrants, there are Cuban immigrants, there are Haitians, there's so many, and there's Asian immigrants, but nobody is calling any of them out. They're just saying, where are the Black people? I find that weird.
If I could interject real quick.
And a little insulting.
Let me interject real quick. That actually came up in the conversation I was having with my friend, was that why are only Black people getting called out? And it's, after our discussion, it is very realistic that it could just be a psyop meant to divide us even further. Because like you said, nobody's calling out any other race. It's only Black people. Why would they do that? And like I said, usually it's Black folk and Hispanics that are usually the more larger demographics, because we encompass a lot larger groups of people. Like when you're talking about Hispanics, you're talking Mexicans, Colombians, Argentinians, Venezuelans, probably not Venezuelans, they're more South American. But you know what I mean? We encompass a lot larger of a group. And if we unite with Black folk, who is a large group of people, that's a mass, that's a large group of folk. And if it's easy to divide them by playing that psyop of, hey, why aren't they there for you guys? Huh? That's weird, isn't it? And they're just planting that seed in your head so that you start doubting it, and then you do that tit for tat. Oh, you're right, they're not there for us. Why the hell should we be there for them? It's that kind of deal.
Right. And I would like to add some. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I think it's
No, I was
okay.
just saying interesting. Yeah, I think we're kind of like going around. It's your turn.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, speak referring to what Bad Cookie said about, coalition building, between, Black Americans and other people of color. And to be honest, in this country, although America is very ethnically and racially diverse, just because we're ethnically and racially diverse does not mean it's a melting pot country completely, because America is very segregated based on race, ethnicity, and class. And unfortunately, in this country, we've never been united as a collective. Maybe individually, yes, but collectively, people are not there with the minorities. And so, to ask Black Americans to protest for immigrants when most immigrants, and let me be clear, I'm not saying all immigrants are like that, but a good majority are not like the minority immigrants who want to fight for Black American freedmen. And unfortunately, the immigrants to this very day still have an anti-Black racism in 2025, since the exception of this country. And for immigrants to ask Black American freedmen to come out to fight, it's like saying we need you, but we don't need you at the same time. And it does a disservice and insult. And I know Black American freemen feel like very insulted, feel upset, angry, because every time Black Americans fight for other groups of people don't return the favor to Black American freedmen. And we also have to give credit to Black American freedmen. They built this country involuntarily, from bottom to top. And credit's never been given to Black American freedmen or FBAs. And so whenever I hear people, I'm sorry, other groups of people outside Black American say to FBAs, thank you, but thank you is not good enough. Thank you comes with substance. And so what I mean by substance means fighting for Black American freedom to get reparations because a debt is owed to them for 400 years and counting, because they built this country involuntarily through free labor, and they have not been compensated to this very day in 2025. Now, I believe that, okay, if some immigrants, not all of them, and we have to vet in today's politics or today's movements, because when you have a collective of people, right, being invited to FBAs, how do the FBAs know that which groups of immigrants are going to do right and which groups of immigrants are not going to do right? It's always a vetting process. And so, to bad cookies, no, it's not about FBA's being hostile towards immigrants. The problem is the immigrants have an anti-black racism they have not addressed for several centuries and counting. And so there are individuals who do ally with Black American freedmen, but collective immigrants don't. And I can tell you from my own experience too, in the Asian community, the anti-black racism is very, very strong to this very day. Despite the fact that most more Asians voted for Democrats, they still have not changed their anti-black racism views in 2025. Because I always believe that if Hispanics, Asians, Indians, Arabs, white Europeans show that they really care about America, or say they care about Black Lives Matter, saying that Black lives do matter is not enough. What needs to be a necessity, what needs to be reinforced, is through substance, meaning cash-paying reparations for Black and freedom of chattel slavery, anti-Black hate crime remedies, removal of qualified immunity, reinstituting Black Wall Street, because Black American freedom have tried multiple times to integrate with just not only with white Europeans but also with Asians, Hispanics, other groups of people, and they disrespect Black American freedmen every day, every week, every year, and nothing, changes, right? Because most immigrants, not all of them, like I said, have an anti-Black racism because they learn from white Europeans, right? So it's the environment they grew up in. So if an Asian person grew up in a white environment for most of his life, and I'm not saying that all Asian people going in a white environment are going to have anti-black racism, but a good majority are, because they've been inculcated again and again, right? Through policies, legislation, and practices. And so, if most groups of immigrants so they care about Black American freedmen, yes, it's going to talk about Black Lives Matter, but what they need to be doing, what I've been doing in the last couple months to a year, is lobbying, Congress, legislators at the state, local, say, hey, Black American freedmen built this in country involuntarily. A debt is owed to them. Because saying Black Lives Matter equals appreciation is not enough. Substance is what matters, and what's going to make Black American freedmen happy. And I don't blame Black American freedmen for not participating in the protests for immigrants, because why? Think about it. Once Black American freedmen participate in the protest for immigrants, what are most immigrants going to do, if not all of them? They're not going to fight together with Black American freedmen, and they're just going to sit there and watch Black American freedmen die for this country. Because it's been documented for several centuries. Black American freedmen who fought for this country, fought for groups of people, they had dogs being bitten at them, whole splats against them, and they end up being brutalized by the police and going to jail. And I ask this question: so immigrants, if you see Black American freedmen fighting for you, and you know that what the police did to Black American freedmen, beat them, put them in jail, are you going to bail Black American freedmen out of prison? Think about it, immigrants. And I'm saying, and I'm not trying to be mean to immigrants, but I want them to think critically, think about it deeply, because the days of kumbaya are over.
Are over, yeah. And so in the chat, so Bad Cookies is a fan of reparations. I just wanted to put him on the map of saying that, and I don't think he was directing that towards you, Bad Cookies, but I did want to mention that.
Right. I have a bit of a response to some of.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
All right, I'm just gonna mute Abby briefly. Sorry. I was just gonna say I have a response there, somewhat to what Michael Pan was saying, in that I appreciate what you're kind of saying, that there are definitely some anti-Black racist tendencies in the immigrant communities. I would just say we have to be always vigilant about broad brushing people. It's easy to make arguments that sort of presuppose that the argument is indeed already correct. What I'd say is that there's something of an anecdote to be found here from Michael Pan's lived experience in his community. He sees from the inside that there is indeed this anti-Black sentiment, but we are, as individuals, we only have so much of an ability to get the full picture of what the full community is really, what their real beliefs are. So it becomes important for us to do factual studies, accurate methodologies to actually determine the degree of racism, because everyone just takes their assumption based on what they see from social media. We all know that these algorithms are kind of designed to divide and conquer us and show us things that are going to kind of turn us into our own enemies, right?
Make us argue with each other. They want us to argue with each other via social media, and but the crazy part is a lot of people really actually do believe that way. Like, you see them in person, so you know that sentiment is out there. Like with the AI Grok or something, when it was sending out mixed messages about the protest, because it was learning from comments for what people were saying. So 1 minute it was speaking like positively about like the unity and the this and the that, and with the immigration, and the next minute it was like, kick those motherfuckers out, like you didn't know what
I feel like I was gonna say one thing.
Sure.
I was gonna say one thing real quick.
Sure.
As far as like the immigrants and stuff, I feel like me personally, I agree with what you said a minute ago, Abby. I'm not gonna go put my body on the line for somebody that won't do the same for me in return. So, and I'm not FBA, I'm not Aboriginal, I'm not Pan African, I'm not pro-Black. Like I stated earlier, I'm not none of that stuff. Those are just groups to attach yourself on, like titles to attach yourself on to. As far as that, but then I was gonna say another thing. I feel like online it's more racism, pro-Black, anti-Black. And then, like in my real life, it's more of a classism thing. You see what I'm saying? I deal with classism more in real life than I do on the internet. Internet, anybody can get on. My bad. I ain't trying to get over the topic, but I'm just throwing.
No, I was just curious about what state you live in.
I currently live in Louisville, Kentucky. I come from Mississippi though. My family migrated from Jackson, Mississippi to the Midwest for economical reasons back when I was younger. But I'm currently in the Midwest now.
Do you feel like it's more classism in Mississippi as well?
You say Mississippi? Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Mm.
Mississippi's you could say it's a racist state, but that's like when you get to the meat and potatoes of it, everything is more classism, right? You know, the few controlling the resources, then the few control the majority of the resources, and then the ones on the bottom like us, you know, having to go slave our life away for fiat currency to pay bills. And then you got middle class, upper middle class, and then poor. So with that, it's just like it doesn't matter the color, the color of your skin or ethnicity. It's more of a classism thing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just my
Well,
opinion on it. You might see
yeah,
different, but
no, I see what you're saying, but like classism is like rooted out of racism.
Well, I would argue it's
right,
actually
right.
right. I would like what he's saying makes me think of. I'm not sure if the exact quote, whatever, but it's like a rich man is much more capable of carrying out their racism than a poor racist, right? So there's something said about the degree that classism actually amplifies and makes possible racism. So it's the Marxist argument that the classism is more the primary contradiction. So I kind of have to agree with him here. So.
And, I mean, I could quote Lyndon B. Johnson: "If you make the poorest white man feel like they're more superior than the black man, then then the richest black man, then you could pick his pockets all day." So so even though they're at the bottom of the class, racism gives them the mental gymnastics mindset to think that they are actually above, above someone that's they're actually below. I mean, no human is below each other, but I'm saying in the sense of class. You know what I mean? So you need that element of racism to make classism possible.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what I was trying to say.
Right, exactly.
I wanted to piggyback on something Michael said.
I was gonna say one more thing. So you're saying there's really no diametrical difference between classism and racism, right? They're both synonymous with one another.
No, I'm saying classism needs racism to exist.
Got you. Okay.
Right. Just under the capitalistic model that we operate in, because what Abby said and never said, in order for classism to exist, racism also has to exist as well under a capitalistic model. Since the exception of America, that since slavery was created in America and since slavery ended, and so it's really both classism and racism that are interrelated. But I'll say that they're more correlated than a causation, because even if like a poor white person is not doing great financially, and I'm not saying all poor white people are like that, not all. So let me be clear. But you have a good majority of poor whites say, "Hey, how can we make sure that we can go above a rich black person? It's through a white privilege," and that's what LBJ reinforced to a poor white man, that he's much better than a rich black man due to white privilege. And unfortunately, this day, the white privilege mentality has not ended. I mean, it's been exposed, but it's not ending. It's not going to end anytime soon, because a white man's skin currency is worth $1 million, whereas for a black American freedman, it's worth less. And so that's why cash payment reparations are owed to black American freedmen, because the debt is owed to them for several centuries of exploitation, redlining, lynching, racial convict leasing, racial covenant, and so on.
You kind of make it sound like
The list goes
victimization because
on and on.
you
No,
generalizing it, and then
that's not
you saying like
victimization.
It's not victimization. It's been
I'm gonna give him a
documented.
little bit of pushback. You saying that poor white trash, they still have
Yeah,
this white privilege. Do you know any guy that wears overalls or has straw hanging out of his mouth or missing teeth that lives in a trailer park? He can go. Can this poor white trash go into any financial institution and get a $50,000 loan? Fuck no,
I'll
hell
say
no.
I'll, I'll
Poor
say
white trash.
this. I'll say this, that a rich black man who's trying to get the same loan that a poor white man gets at the bank, unfortunately, the rich black man gets denied, even though he has good credit scores, good income, good job. He gets denied more than a poor white man does because of redlining, and it's still happening to this.
You said a poor white man with no teeth in his mouth on mouth. Nah, I gotta gotta disagree with that, bro.
Okay,
That makes
yeah.
no
Wait,
Well,
sense.
it depends on the
Let's
situation.
not get a little carried away. We do want to hear
Yeah,
from Boom and Red Wine too.
Yeah, let's.
No, I
Yes.
get what you're saying, but then you
but
painting you painting so-called black people out to be some complete victims and just complete
no.
No, no, no.
down
Truth
bad
Zone,
bottom.
Truth
It's
Zone. You just painted that picture like a poor white man with no teeth on meth, like in the trailer park. Like you painted a whole
He's not
image
getting no
of the.
$50,000 loan. Man, they gonna
But,
laugh him out the bank. Get your butt out of here.
but you painted that image.
Right, but are
I
we
And
did not. I
denying
didn't
you
I didn't.
the
painted like
possibility
the
of
lowest
that?
image of a white person that you
But I had to
could
do
come
that
up
to
with.
make my point. I had to give it. I had to get this guy an example. I'm saying, like, when I'm listening to this guy, it just sounds like a lot of victimization going around. Like we
I'm
just
not.
down bad. We can't fight for ourselves. Poor us. We can't do anything. Come on, man.
I'm
I
just
didn't
saying.
hear that at
No,
all.
I didn't. I didn't say that.
That's not what
Truth
he's
Zone.
saying.
So
What
we
I'm
should
saying is
He's making a
clarification is
case
a
for
good
why
idea.
reparations are due to the black community, and it is because of all those reasons. He's not saying that we're victims. How are we victims when we like if he wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the civil rights movement.
exactly
So how are we the victims? I mean, how are we playing victim when the progress America has made is because of the fights that black community has the progress and the strives that we have uh, that we've made. So I don't. I think we're gonna come back to that. I think
right. I
I
think
did want to
Well, I'm not
mention.
trying to be combative or ruin the panel. I'm just
right.
like I'm not trying to have no contention. I'm just
I mean, I
that's how
just
I am.
feel
I go to
right,
different panels. I like to question, give people some type of pushback. I just can't go alone to get along. That ain't my
right,
Yeah,
style.
right.
good
And
But the
can
point.
we
respect,
and
Yeah,
can
respect.
we
right.
not
It's
and can we
better to
not
have.
use terms
Go
like
ahead, Ed.
poor white trash? Sorry.
It's better to have or more organic debate where people actually, if they disagree with something, they have the opportunity to give a rebuttal. Right. What we
Mm-hmm.
Right.
want to be careful of is not destroying the flow, the give and the take, the back and forth by people trying to talk over each other. So
Right.
I don't want to be
That's
the kind of
true.
moderator person who's got to be muting people. Like if we can try and do all this consensually, I think it would be best. So
Right. And to answer Truth Zone's question, about classism, racism, right? To be honest, for majority of poor whites, it's not created by the rich black men in power. It's actually done by their own people in the white community, because majority of white people are in power. They control education, healthcare, finance, markets. So they're the ones who are making decisions over rich black men. And that is true that yes, a black man has received more education, has progressed, but the wealth gap still exists. Like we could put like two men together. Okay, let's say both men work for the same company for 25 plus years, right? And then an economic storm hits, right? Who's going to be hit? Who's probably going to be hit the hardest? It's going to be the black man. Why? Because of the wealth disparities that got started in the first place. And I'm not saying that we should not feel sorry for the. I'm not saying that the poor white man should not feel. I'm not trying to discredit the poor white man. But what I'm saying is that, sir, the poor white man had lost his wealth after losing a job, but he has more wealth than a black man a black man who's been working with the same company for 25 years. So we had to look at the starting point and ending point. And with reparations, it's going to close the wealth gap to catch up, because Black Americans have been behind for 400 years and counting due to several policy exclusions in the New Deal, GI, and several policies. And so this ties into why Black American freedom say why most Black American freedom say it's enough is enough. It's time to fight for our own, because other groups of people just want to take, 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 but they don't want to give. And I see this and I read this like every day, and and I always believe that it's not going to be enough non-Black American freedmen doing the heavy work that is needed for Black American freedmen to thrive and live well, because Black American freedmen deserve a break, permanent break from other groups of people, and I don't blame them, and I totally understand why. So we always have to look at from a historical perspective, from A to B, and then unfortunately, majority of Asians, Hispanics, and other immigrants, they have not changed their views about Black American freedmen. Maybe individuals, yes, but a good majority, a group of majorities are not like the individuals.
Right. That those are the like outliers. And I just wanted to also mention like all those policies that you were talking about that were actively attacking the Black community. There's also like this was coined, and I'm looking it up, coined by Richard Nixon, and every president has kind of followed this. It's like the policy of benign neglect, where the intent is like an intent to not put forth policies that will like systematically raise a community out of their situation. So basically, kind of ignoring them. So that's why we have these policies where we just get a few crumbs that they throw at us. And I would even argue, like, now it's gotten so bad that the benign neglect is not just on the Black community, but American citizens in general, but it affects the Black community the most. I did want to go back to two things. One thing Bad Cookie said um, um, about Black people being in the streets. Okay, and uh, we probably shouldn't be out there protesting because that's when it's going to get violent, right? Which Black people knew that. That's why we were like, oh no, we're not doing this. Um, the writing's kind of been on the wall for a little while. Like Trump's administration has been trying to bait us for a while now. Like when they rolled back in the federal buildings, you can segregate federal buildings now. I've seen like private. I can't remember what state that was. These businesses are putting up like white only bathrooms and Black only bathrooms, and I'm like, really, in 2025? Like, I think it's hilarious how I think it's embarrassing, but put that aside. The Trump administration has done that. The rollback of DEI, the attacking CRT, which wasn't even a thing because that's a college course, a law school course to be exact. But then this brings it back to you, Michael, with the Asian community.
Yes.
This white man named something Blum.
Edward Blum.
What's his name?
Edward Blum. He was a attorney who represented Asian Americans.
Yes.
Against affirmative action and the fearless
yes.
furnace.
Yes, and I was looking up an article today. So they dismantled affirmative action. So all of those things to aggravate the Black community, get them in the streets. And so the Black community, like, I feel like we had a collective phone call from the ancestors that said, you better go sit your Black ass down and don't go on those streets. Because everybody was kind of saying the same thing on their own without even talking about it. And then when it started to be discussed, it was like, oh, we are already on the same page here? Okay, cool. I looked it up, Michael, by the way.
Sure.
The enrollment rates of Asian Americans has dropped because affirmative action is no more. So once again, minorities have allowed these wicked politicians that don't have their best interests at heart, that allowed them to be used, and then he dropped them like a bad habit.
Yeah,
and it just keeps happening over and over.
Yeah, and I could attest to it, to be honest. Abby.
Hang on, I think we don't want to get a little too caught up in just a dialogue.
Yeah, I think
move to Lucy here.
Lucy, yeah.
There's also a question in the chat from Christopher Creer I'd like to get to after we hear from Lucy. Okay.
Okay. Last but not least.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I can see both sides. I think, like support doesn't have to be like putting your body, like, I think it makes sense for Black people to stay home physically. That argument always, like, look what happened to Chris Smalls, right? He went on the flotilla and he was the only one that got beaten up. So, like,
it was two of them.
Yeah, and
The other
guy
one
from
was a brown
Tunisia,
person.
right? So
Yeah, but he was brown, right?
so I don't know if this is what the algorithm pushes, but I actually did call out Jewish Voices for Peace. I was like, you guys are letting this black guy doing your work for you. Why didn't you fill up the flotilla with all these Jews? You know, like I would have gone if somebody had told me, like, come on the flotilla. So that argument always made sense to me. The thing that bugs me is like this like certain portion of the social media FBA, which I don't think represents all Black Americans, tagging ICE, every time they disagree with somebody, because I think that's the kind of like some extra Karen behavior, and I didn't expect seeing that degree of that coming from the Black community. So, I mean, I guess there's all kinds, right? Like white people can be Karens, Asians can be Karens. So I guess it's fine for Black people to also be Karens. But it was just surprising to me to see this, this kind of online movement where people aren't just staying home, which I think makes sense, but like actively, tagging ICE and being down with the deportation state. Because like, remember, the deportation state is not just that they're deporting people to their country. No, they're sending people to prison in El Salvador. Some of these people, like, they're paying African countries to take some of these people in. Did you know that? Like, Ibrahim Traore was like the only one that refused a huge bribe to take in these Venezuelan gang members that they're deporting from the United States. So
I think
that kind of yeah, well, that's kind of where it was like, okay, this is a little bit too much. I understand the staying home argument, but this is a little too much. And then like the other thing that that I just wanted to point out is it's true, that Black Americans fought for the immigration law, but just keep in mind that just because you fought for the immigration law doesn't mean that you're fighting for everyone all the time. Like, for example, the Palestine marches in New York that I see, yeah, there's Black people that go to some of those, but the majority have the lots of Muslims going to those protests, right? And Jews, and so those like Jewish and Muslim coalitions that have gotten together. So there's other people that will go to those protests, but that's not the majority. Like, usually it's always the affected group that goes the most. That's not to say that I do think like Black Americans, because of what they've gone through in this country, that they're more empathetic. I don't think that they should be putting their bodies out there. But I do take some issue with like tagging ICE, and just going full on like nationalist. That's what I'm saying.
Can I respond to that, or
yeah?
Or we?
Yeah, you can respond to
we
it.
have two people that just okay. So should we bring Morpheus on real quick, and so you can say hello, and then because I do want to respond to what she's saying about some like
I'll
tagging
jump
ICE
down
and
if you need to
stuff.
make room. I'll jump down if you need to make.
No, it's going to get smaller.
A lot
You're
of the
fine.
people that are getting deported cannot vote, so that doesn't make sense when you're saying because of the people they voted for. That doesn't make sense. And not just that, but like Democrats don't really stand for anything anyway. So I'm not understanding what the beef is with like not voting Democrat, or what the beef is with Latinos voting Republican, when a lot of this like FBA social media group, they are voting Republican. Some of them are voting Republican because they don't like the immigration. So I'm not. I'm not understanding that argument when it comes to voting.
No, please keep talking, because I keep arguing the same argument. It's like Hispanics did not vote in Trump. They keep bringing up like, oh, they sang the songs of, oh, vote Trump in and vote blah blah blah. That's ridiculous. You can look at the statistics.
Yeah, those were Cubans.
It's irrelevant. The point is that if you look at the statistics, most immigrants did not vote for Trump.
Well,
you could look that up.
Can't vote, but
exactly the legal ones that could.
Statistics, instead of working on anecdotes and assumptions, I think it is important to rely on reliable statistics. I'm just not sure. Is now the right time to introduce? We got two more people that's hopped in backstage, and I don't want.
Yeah, I want to pull up the voting for 2020 election, just so
Right,
we could
yeah.
see it.
I just
Yeah.
don't want people to be waiting around too much without
Yeah,
having their voice heard. So let's introduce. We got Marcus Young Morpheus Cage from the Political Matrix, and I believe his co-host was just here, and then she's just disappeared briefly. So hopefully she's right back. So what's up, Marcus? You're muted there. Sorry.
Hey, what's up, Michael? Hey, Abby. What's up, panel? I see Lucy's there. Bad Cookies. Truth Zone. Nice to meet you. And Michael Penn. Yeah, glad to be here.
Wonderful. It's good to see you.
Yeah, that's
There's Teal. There's Marcus's co-host. What's up, Teal?
Hey y'all, how are y'all?
Hello.
Doing good. How are you? How you doing today?
I'm gonna take that as she's doing fine.
So I guess let's try and remind everyone the actual topic of the debate is should Black people be joining the immigrants in the streets? And what that seems it's difficult to maybe we call it the elephant in the room. There's also another bit of a side debate about the nature of the FBA's response to this kind of situation. So
yeah, and that's something that we're going to table that for a second, because I do have comments on that, and I have a video for it, so we could just go back to get their opinion on the main topic, and then we could go into that afterwards. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Marcus, what do you think about should Black people be in the streets with the immigrants?
I think it's a complex question and a complex answer, because different communities are different. So whereas I grew up in the Midwest, there's a different struggle, as you will, and a different relationship with different groups. Also, like on the West Coast, the differences also. So I would say you feel like, for instance, there are Black people who are immigrants also. So I can understand Black people being out there for immigrants in general. So I don't think it's one or the other necessarily. I think where it gets a little confusing or fuzzy is when it gets to people who consider themselves FBA or different groups like that, how they want to assess with it. And I can understand some of those arguments, as in they feel, hey, we need to focus on our community. I get that for people who feel that way. I don't have a problem with them. I look at it as this power structure that we face against. All of us are facing the same enemy. And if we could all see that, anybody who's attacking my enemy, I'm gonna probably help them in going against my enemy as I see it. Now I get it. I've heard like some of the discussions going on that some people feel like there are many immigrants who don't mess with us and they haven't been there for us. But living out here in California, I've seen Black Lives Matter protests where most of the protests were white people and Hispanics and Arabs and all kind of other people. So for me to make that pronouncement that, oh, well, they're not with us, and it's not that clean cut. This is a country of millions and millions of people with various different viewpoints and ways that they handle things. So yeah, can you find a community of Asians or Hispanics or wherever who don't like people? Yes. Like Black people? Yes. But you can find a whole nother group who are out there arm in arm with them, going through all the same struggles. So I think it's down to each person. And I think it's even different depending on what part of the country you're in and what communities you come from.
And Marcus, I'd just like to add what you said.
Yeah.
That may be true. That may be true in California, but if we look at it nationally, there's not a lot of unity among immigrants fighting with Black American freedmen. Maybe in like other cities, towns, yes, but nationally, no. But I'll say this in California, majority of the politicians who run California are immigrants, especially in the state assembly, mayor, city council, district manager. So when the immigrants run California, do you really think that they're going to have Black American freedmen's interests in the first place? Of course not. I'm not saying all politics are like that in California, but a good majority. If you look at the bills they pass, the bills they introduce, and especially with the American Freedom Affairs Agency bill introduced in the California State Assembly, and you have immigrants or introducing their own affairs agency bill competing with Black American freedmen, and they're stealing and they're trying to extract resources from Black American freedmen in California. But we also have to acknowledge that a lot of immigrants have received more substance than Black American freedmen have for 400 years and counting. And I'm not blaming immigrants, but I'm saying we have to look at both collectively, individually, because the collectives are not like the individuals, unfortunately, because the collectives still uphold white supremacy and anti-Black.
You said a lot. Can I push back to some of that? Well, you kind of frame the argument from a California basis, and I live in California. I'm not from California. I grew up in the Midwest. I've lived in Florida. I've lived all over this country. So I feel like I'm a pretty good person to be able to judge kind of like Black and brown relationships nationwide, because I've lived in a lot of different states. I've been to probably easily about 40 of the states.
Mm-hmm.
So when you make this argument about, well, they're not doing stuff for freedmen, I look at it like this: people who get into power put in legislation for whoever their interests are. And if you look in California, the Black population in California is very small.
Yes.
And we don't have a lot of representation in those houses. Also, you got to look at when some of that legislation was pushed. Who were some of the people who shot down that same very legislation? Some of them were very same Black freedmen who shut down their own legislation. So it's easy to go after other people in other communities that may not support you and may not be pushing your issues. But at the same time, we're not focusing on the people within you got to get your own community, own house in order before expecting everybody else to jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that California used to be a Black majority state going back to the 1980s or back to the 60s.
Not Black majority. California was never a Black majority.
Okay, maybe like cities. Let me.
Yeah, I just want to say, Michael, go ahead and finish your response, and then I want to hear from Teal, and then I think we should maybe go to Truth Zone and then Cookies, if that's what you want to do, Abby. So.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like in cities, going back to the 1960s until now, there used to be Black majority cities in California, but over time, the Black population has decreased, meaning Black Americans come from more high rates of homelessness, unemployment, redlining, and it still happens to this day in California, in a so-called liberal progressive state. It's just that the only difference between a conservative and a liberal states that the racism is more covert in California, whereas in conservative states it's more open. And I'm not discounting the fact. I'm not. But what I'm saying is that because when I visited California last time, most immigrants don't even live nearby Black Americans at all. They live separate, even though California is a melting pot state. And so California is definitely an example what to do and what not to do. That's all I have to say.
I mean, there's a lot that I can say, but I don't want to talk too much without letting somebody else hop in.
Yeah, I'll let someone speak. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I've raised in the South, lived in the West Coast, and it's not just California as covert. Anything past the Mississippi River that goes towards the west is immediately a covert racist state, in my opinion. I stand on the fact that I don't feel we need to involve ourselves in their business. I'm really big on minding the business that pays me. So no, I don't think we should protest with them. I don't think, honestly, at all. Like Marcus said, we need to get our house in order, and that's a fact. And I believe that wholeheartedly, regardless of any political background, Republican or Democratic, I could care less. If you can see that I'm Black from 50 yards away and I can see you're Black from 50 yards away, there should be no reason that we should have any discrepancies or any issues like that. Now, to build on the Cali thing, being that California is majority of a Latino or Hispanic majority, in my opinion, as well as Hollywood and everything like that. Keep in mind, upon, I don't know what histories or whatever have you, but like California being so big in size, I could never see that being majority African American at all whatsoever. We were always outnumbered. We might have had high population in certain cities, but that's like 1 to 2 cities compared to another race having 3 cities to us. So yeah, we got redlined, but in all actuality, I lived in Cali, I've lived in Colorado, I've lived in Vegas. You'll get sections where a lot of Black people, you might see a concentration, Compton, LA, but you're not seeing that same amount of Black people in San Francisco. You're not going to see that same amount of Black people in San Diego. So understanding the differences between populations of cities in reference to the vast size of a state definitely should be put in consideration before speaking on statistics, especially comparing it to southern states, which mostly southern states are smaller states with concentration. And these places also had the main port of where slaves were dropped off at. So keep in mind, all the ports in which these slave ships were dropped off at are on the East Coast. So you're going to have a concentration of us here, thus us migrating to the West with whatever passage that you want to consider that to be. But migrating to the West really wasn't that great either, because a majority of them were either indigenous Americans, which goes right back to where we were at with the Hispanic Latino population, because at that time they were the indigenous people as well. So let's not forget that if we're going to start pointing out everybody's ethnicity. Is that same breath? Y'all asking Indians if they need to protest? I'm just curious to know. Y'all asking the Indians if they need to protest? I'm being dead ass.
No,
Are we asking the Indians?
Y'all came late. We
That's
talked about that.
That is we are
that.
missing a voice on this panel. It is something I think it would be beneficial if we had a native voice that could speak for at least anecdotally, maybe, or whatever, about their collective perspective on that. I appreciate that. I think Cleodynamic clout is what comes to mind, or whatever, about what Voodoo was saying there. That for this discussion to really move forward, we have to be talking about facts and not speculation. So, do you want to go to Truth Zone? Or?
I was just gonna say, I was just gonna say, she mentioned the Native Americans. Man, they ain't never know where to be found, man. But
hey, you see, they mind the business that pays them, and don't nobody pay them but the reservation. So you see where they be at. Let's really look at it.
Right. I don't have a dog. Like I was conveying to them earlier, I really don't have a dog in this fight because I don't fall under FBA, Aboriginal, Pan African, none of those titles. But I was gonna say one thing before I headed out. I love this channel. It's a lot of decorum over here because I come from the Wild Wild West of panels. Even the panel that I run on my channel is Wild Wild West, no decorum. But it's different being over here, seeing everybody take turns to speak. So that's what's up. And it's a good topic. But other than that, I really don't have too much to add on because, like, I really don't. I want to say it like this. I just don't care for any of these titles. I don't care about FBA, ADOS, Aboriginal. It's nonsense to me. It's just like going back into religion. Christian versus Muslims, FBAs versus fucking Pan Africans. It's nonsense to me.
Well, thank you. I just want, before you go, would you mind answering Christopher Creer's question here? Can the panel attempt to come to a consensus that there is no such thing in law as a Black man or Black community? This is the way in which the policy of benign neglect is enacted legally. So do you agree or disagree with that?
There's no such thing as a Black man or a Black community. I say he wants to go into like the whole misnomer, Black means hell and all this other stuff. I'm not gonna get into all that, but yeah, I'm gonna head out. Y'all be easy. I'm out.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Truth Zone. He's referring to how Black people have been reclassified over the course of our time here, and how the oppressor's never going to give you the history and the education that you need to get out of oppression. So the more people are doing more research about the historical facts of this land, and more people are going into the census and realizing that a lot of I'm saying Black because that's what I'm used to, Christopher. Black people were already here. They were more like prisoners of war. They weren't brought over from the slave ships, because Africans were traveling and migrated all over the place, right? So I think that's what he's referring to. And I apologize, Christopher, because I think I probably totally bastardized your stance. But that's what I got for now
Can I
because I'm
get
still trying to do research. Yes, ma'am.
Honestly, Chris, I appreciate your opinion, and I'm glad that you even brought this up so that I can make this statement known and I can get this off my chest. The fact that you were so caught up on one word compared to all the transgressions that have been done to us, regardless of what the fuck they're calling us, I don't give a damn. It could be nigga in the book. I don't care. Stop getting caught up on one word and look at all the shit we need to move on around. You gonna sit here and worry about, well, they call you black and there's no such thing as a black community or black people. Fuck that.
I think the issue is that the way they classify us is it doesn't link to any lineage, and if you don't have a lineage, then you're not considered a class of people that you
No,
could
I
like
have the
fight
book of
for
I
specific
have that law book.
rights.
I do. My mom has it. My mom bought it, and I know
Okay.
not to lose it. I have the Black Laws book. I understand what they're saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying
I see.
is, regardless, you're stuck on the word that's causing us not to be classified, instead of doing the work on the other things that are way more precedent besides a word. I understand they're not going to classify us regardless if they call us fucking orange. You get what I'm like? The classification part of it doesn't matter, in my opinion, off of one black. Oh, you're not black. You're such and such. Okay, that's cool, but we're regardless of it, we still got to do the research ourselves.
Yeah.
We're still putting in the work by ourselves. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Mark.
Like, is my thought getting concise? Like, over? Because being stuck on what they classify us in that book compared to like actually.
Can I hop on there for just add this on to what you're saying, Till? Because you cook and I agree. I just want to say this one point. The American government has broken over 400 treaties with the Native Americans. So if they already broke over 400 treaties, no matter how you're misnomer, that doesn't mean they're gonna do shit to honor anything.
Thank you, Marcus.
Point, yes.
And thank you, Marcus, for bringing that in, because that's where I'm. Thank you, full circle, because that makes no sense. You care about black community, and there's no such thing as black community and black people. Oh, okay. So if they called us all Zulu, they still not giving us nothing. They still don't. We still ain't getting reparations, regardless of what the name of the plaintiff is in the book. They're not giving us shit. They keep lying and playing in our face. So get off of the black aspect, do your research and find your lineage on your own, which you have to do anyway, because they're not going to tell you where you came from because they don't care.
Yeah, I think Christopher has done the work.
I agree.
I think Christopher has done a lot of work on that.
I think what Christopher is bringing up, it makes me think of the legal positivism. I've railed against that before. I hope people remember my perspective, but for those who don't, legal positivism, basically they're trying to say like what the law says is what matters, and what is right and wrong, morality does not really relate to the law. And that's kind of where if the law says that the black community doesn't exist, that's what take precedent. But then there's the natural law kind of perspective that says a law is no law at all if it's inherently unjust, kind of thing. And so I think it's just like irrelevant. I agree with Teal. If the law is pretending that the black community doesn't exist, that doesn't matter because the law is wrong there. So I want to hear from Cookies and Blue Moon Red Wine.
Can I just throw in one thing right there? Because if I'm not mistaken, I think his point is that you can't even, reparations isn't even something that would be on the table unless you classify your lineage properly. I believe
legal positivist theory.
I don't want to speak for him. So that's like the first step. And then I also am agreeing with Morpheus, like they've broken all these treaties. They're not going to do this shit anyway. But for me, I'm like, that doesn't mean we don't have to still like keep our foots on their neck and say, you do owe us this, and we're not gonna let you forget it, right? So, all right, moderator, do your thing. My host with the most.
Yeah, and also I'd like to add too.
I wanted to hear, okay, real quick, and then let's go with Bad Cookies, please.
And speaking about reparations, yes, it should be lineage based, according to Dr. William Darity. And because looking at the Japanese Americans who received reparations, not all Japanese Americans received reparations because they were dispersed in different states, different cities. Like those who were eligible for reparations had to identify or had to prove they were victims of internment or interned camps. And those Japanese Americans who came to America yesterday doesn't mean that they were eligible for reparations. So I just wanted to provide like a historical context to make the case stronger for cash-paying reparations for Black American freedmen of chattel slavery. And even on Twitter, her name is Friday Jones. She's the leader and founder of the NAASD, the National American of Freedmen. I can't remember the full acronym of chattel slavery. On the Equal Employment Forum, it asks black people what is their lineage they identify with when it comes to filing lawsuits. And so I thought that was interesting to see and notice and understand. And so I think this ties into why reparation has to be based on lineage, because tying based on race, on what Edward Bloom did, is that when you make reparations based on race, 9 out of 10
Anybody
times,
can jump in.
yes, the Supreme Court is going to say, hey, it's unconstitutional. And by having it with lineage-based reparations, it's less likely going to be challenged by the plaintiffs. According to Naheem Way, he's the founder of Friedman University. So I just learned this stuff from him not too long ago, and he has a document that makes the case. And I definitely can post a link in the chat for people to take a look and they can read on their own. Let me see.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Bad Cookies.
All right. Well, first of all, what I wanted to say was I didn't get to say hi to Marcus. Marcus, huge fan. Nice to see you, man.
Nice,
So,
man.
secondly,
I see you in the chat all the time, so good to be on the panel with you.
What I wanted to say was the main topic of today for this panel is, should FBA be marching in immigrant rights? First, the main thing I want to make very clear is that I do not believe in any kind of protesting. The reason I don't believe in protesting is because since probably maybe women's rights, protesting has lost all of its power. I mean, look at all the protests that happened for Palestine, to stop the wars, to create a ceasefire. Look at all the Black Lives Matter protests. Look at any protest. And even this protest that we're talking about right here about how immigrants are trying to stand up for immigration law changes. What happened? Did it stop Trump from doing his little parades? Did it stop ICE from deporting people? Nothing came from it. But the main thing I want to say is that even though I don't believe in protesting, it would be nice to see my Black brothers and sisters standing next to me when I choose to stand. If I ever decide like, hey, this is the protest I want to stand for because this is what I believe is our last option and choice, it would be nice to see you guys there. If you don't want to be there because you feel that everybody else wasn't there for you, that would make me feel fucked up because I know I would be standing there for you. And like Marcus says, it's all on an individual basis. Not everyone is just like how Michael Bann described it. Not everyone is a racist against Black folk. Not everyone is a racist against everybody else. You know, if we always talk about unity, when are we ever going to get that unity if we just keep deciding, hey, I'm not going to stand for you because you're not there for me? Like I said at the start of the show, if all we're doing is going for tit for tat, we're never going to unite. They're always going to keep us divided, and we're never going to get anything done. That's my target thought.
Can I add on something to what Bad Cookies was saying? Because he made a great, strong point, which I've tried to bring up before over time, about protests. Protests have lost a lot of their strength. And I feel like on a small scale, like for instance, you may be able to get, like for instance, Jordan Davis. When I lived in Jacksonville, I lived like not that far away from where Jordan Davis was shot and killed. You were able to get people out there to protest in Jacksonville to get pressure put on, get the news involved on a small scale, one person. Even that is 50-50 as far as what Black Lives Matter. And I'm not talking about the whole organization. I'm talking about before it got co-opted. On a small scale, you may be able to get a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit of pressure. But trying to get the federal government to like repeal laws, that ain't happening. And like the protests that happen out here. They're protesting over here downtown, and like 2 miles away, ICE is still over there rounding up people. So it's like y'all doing this, hoot and holler. It's cool. I get you're expressing yourself and how you feel, but it is. But sometimes the protest. I'd say most of the time, protests aren't going to do anything unless you have massive levels. Like I believe power doesn't concede anything without like strong force of power against it. And I hear people making these legal arguments and this and that, and I'm like, yeah, sure. You really perfect example, because you talked about the lineage thing. The Tulsa survivors, that literally happened to them. This didn't even have to go into lineage or nothing. This happened directly to them, and they couldn't win that suit. So if they can't win a suit of something that happened to them that they can prove that's documented historically, what do you think being able to trace a lineage back to something is going to work in this long way of piecing things together and going against the Supreme Court? This Supreme Court? Are we serious?
I wanted to mention, okay, you know how they were, Harvard was trying to be like supportive to Black Lives and Matter and what have you, and wanted to do the research of the role they had to play in slavery, and they fired the researcher because he did his job too well. He just found too many slaves. Like Harvard used to give graduates slaves as a present. That's how many slaves they had.
Exactly. Yes.
So they just shut it down.
Slaves. Popes had slaves.
Hey, can I throw in a different mindset right quick off of something that Bad Cookie said? I know he don't like me, but it's okay.
Yes,
So,
of course.
if there's 17 I'm just gonna throw this out there. Let's say that there are 36 people that all promise to protest with each other, but there are 37 protests. How are we gonna support everybody at everything? You get what I'm saying? You get where I'm going with this? We can't. So I'm gonna stand next to you in Palestine. I'm gonna stand next to you with ICE, but in turn, y'all, I've never seen you stand next to me. Now I understand, like Marcus has said, and how I spoke on it the first time when Bad Cookie started having an issue. It's individual. I have certain people in my life that I know if it was the 60s and the 50s, that they would have gotten killed with me. But that's not the majority. And it sounds good until it's really time to make shit shake. It sounds good. And there have been so many times, and I'm going to die on this hill, where we as Black people will show up first. I just got mad this morning and I said we got to stop inviting motherfuckers to the cookouts. We overly exert ourselves. We overly extend. We overly invite. We are overly hospitable. And it sucks because it stems from slavery, having that obedient ass fucking shit beaten to us. So no, I'm going to be the rebel and say, I ain't gonna be able to meet you at this one this time. I hope it work out for you though. I want the best. Same way that y'all sit and look at us and be like, damn, they getting beat like shit. I hope the best. Y'all do that to us. No second questions, bro. It don't even be a bat of an eyelash, bro. People get beat in the street. Damn, that's crazy. What they do, pull their freaking phones out. It's 2025. And yes, protests have no power. I will stand on that hill too. I die on that hill. But protests have no power because they're ran by the mob, aka Alphabet Mob. Y'all know the Alphabet Mafia running them things in the first place. So I'm not about to show up to have my face scanned, put in a database, and I know for a fact next time if I go look at the daggone tapes and I don't see you at my protest, I'm turning the fuck up. And I'm just tired of us always having to get met with that.
She was making a comment for Bad Cookies. I think we should give him an opportunity to respond. I'm just saying what you're saying makes me think of psychological reactance. If people never heard of that, maybe they should look it up. Go ahead, Cookies.
You better talk your shit, Mike.
Yeah. Let me change my name. I know there's too many Michaels. Just call me Musa Mel to make it easier.
Okay, Musa Mel. Michael, talk your shit. You know what I said. Go ahead.
Hey, I totally understand where you're coming from because it's been documented historically when Black American Freedmen marched for civil rights, not a majority of non-black people marched with them. Only very few individuals, and those few individuals who marched with them, they didn't necessarily march with them for substance. It's just more like symbolism, to feel good, kumbaya. But they never followed up or followed through after Black American freedmen marched for a lot of groups of people. And so I do understand where you're coming from. Trust me, I do 100%. And you're right, because when Black American freedmen marched with immigrants and other groups of people, received substance benefits, and Black American freedmen like, hey, immigrants, why aren't you guys protesting with us? We protested for you. And 9 out of 10 times immigrants say, sorry, we can't help, this is not our issue, it's your own individual issue. And Black Americans like, but we've been protesting for you guys for so many centuries. We're sick of being tired, according to Fannie Lou Hamer and several Black American freedmen activists. And so I'm not surprised that 2025, most people in America outside of the Black American freedmen still have the same mindset, and only very few individuals have changed.
You're making a lot of claims that kind of have to be backed up with substantial.
I mean, it's been.
Go ahead, Cookies. I thought we were going to Cookies first, and now you're kind of taking the stage here. So go ahead, Cookies.
All right, thank you. First, I want to say to Voodoo by Nature, I never said I didn't like you. What I said was, when I first heard you having that conversation with Marcus over on your guys' channel, you came off rather racist, like bigoted towards immigrants. If I got a misconception about that, I'm sorry, but that's what I got. That's why I had that reaction towards you. Now, with that said, yeah, you're right. You can't be there. If there's 37 marches and you go to 36 of them, you can't be there for every one of them. But you can be there for one or two of them, the ones that you choose to be at. Right? Same thing for immigrants. They're not always going to be at every single one of them. If you don't see them there, you're automatically going to, like you yourself has said, I'm not going to want to stand with them. They weren't there for us. What I'm going to say to you is that's very short-sighted, because there are immigrants there. I just don't think you're noticing them. I think that you're so very, I don't want to say hateful, but you have a specific viewpoint of immigrants not being there for you, that no matter what anyone says to you, you're never going to see it that way. And nothing I can say is ever going to change that. So all I am going to say is the same thing I told Abby do at the start of the show. I changed my mentality. I am no longer the kind of person that wants to see tit for tat. I don't want to sit there and accuse you of not being there for me, and therefore I am not going to be there for you. Somebody way smarter than me taught me it's not about who is being oppressed or who's standing for who. If you believe in the right thing, if you believe in rights, you're going to be there. If, like Marcus said earlier, and I think it was very succinct the way he put it, if I'm going to stand with you, it's because you're fighting against my enemy, and I will stand with you for that. Now, if you're going to continue to be that way where you're like, oh, I don't ever want to fight for anybody, fuck all of y'all, I'm only going to fight for my things. Fair, but you're going to understand this. You're going to make a same situation of the same vicious cycle, and no one is ever going to unite if you continue to have that mentality.
I'm the grandchild of an immigrant, just to let you know.
Then I don't see why you...
Because my immigrants all look the same. And even they don't come.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to get you to see. Here we go. Now let's really get deep. Even they don't come and they look like me. You feel me? And it's not just protesting. When, let's just, thank you, Pan Mike.
You're welcome.
He brought up the fact that Japanese people got their reparations. And I'm just going to take it off of this fact and then I'm going to wrap it up. Japanese people got their reparations. Where are those Japanese councilmen or leaders that got them their shit? Where are they helping us to get ours?
Let me ask. Are you there helping them?
But you get what I'm going with this? Where are the people that have allowed their group to excel, that have allowed their group to finesse the system? Where are they to come and sprinkle the knowledge on us or sprinkle the assistance on us? Or where is their initiative to come and unite with us to come get us where they at?
Again, you have that tit for tat mentality.
That's not a tit for tat. Why can't y'all help us too? That's what, period. That's all I'm saying. That's not even tit for tat, bro. That's just, why isn't your community stepping up first to help us get somewhere? You ain't even got to protest. Where y'all grant writers at? Can y'all come and help some of our grant writers to get where you at?
Exactly.
We've
Right.
already put in the work for y'all. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. We've already put in the work. We can't get reciprocated a little bit, not even from the minorities too.
Mm-hmm.
It's already the white people holding us back. So can y'all help us a little bit? But no. So it's okay for y'all to look at us and say, no, we can't help you a hand. But y'all better show up for us. That's crazy work.
Right.
Bad.
Yeah, and bad cookies, and I keep. What is your name? The lady's name, because she made an interesting point. Teal, yes. Teal made an interesting point, right, about Japanese Americans who receive reparations, and she's correct. Japanese Americans would not have gotten reparation if it weren't for Black American freedmen who introduced Japanese Americans to Congressman John Conyers in the early 1970s until the late 1980s, right? And so I understand what Teal's where she's coming from, because when Black American freedom fought for Japanese Americans to get reparations, they expected reciprocity at the end. Why? Because Japanese Americans not only had access to the congressman, but also Japanese Americans have credibility. So when you have Japanese Americans fighting with Black American freedom to get reparations, it adds a lot of leverage. And unfortunately, most members of Congress don't want to deal with Black American freemen, so they'd rather deal with someone who's a little different in complexity. And so, big cookies, I gotta tell you something. Teal's right. I'm definitely she's right, because Black American freedom fought for everybody's battle since the inception of this country, since the beginning of slavery and ending of slavery. And if there are very few good immigrants who said they're not racist, why aren't they not talking about anti-Black racism in their communities? And so it's not only that, but also bad cookies too.
Well, if you ask too many questions, it's hard to respond. So I want to hear from
it's not,
Blue
it's
Moon
not,
Red
it's not,
Wine.
it's not a question. It's something to think about it critically, because it's never been documented. It's never been discussed. And Black American freedom are tired of educating people about the history. But the point I'm going to make this quick. Bad cookies. I've been fighting for Black American freedom to get reparations. It's still a long-going battle. Been calling my member of Congress, okay? Calling the governor, calling the state reps. Do you know how annoying it is, bad cookies, to follow up with state reps who make excuses for Black and freemen not to get reparations, especially in the state of Texas? Do you realize how difficult it is? How much it's easier for immigrants to get substance, because immigrants did not have to effing fight hard. It's always Black American freedmen who had to fight for immigrants to get rights. Bad cookies. I'm not saying this to be mean, bad cookies. I'm giving you a historical fact. This is the reality. This is
well. Let me respond to that by saying that immigrants also stood for civil rights.
Yeah,
you can say that they're a small number, but they were there, man.
It's individual immigrants stood with Black Americans to get civil rights, not a collective. Go look at the history textbooks. It has been documented. It's been mostly Black American freedmen who've been standing up to civil rights for several centuries and counting, and they're just tired of fighting everybody's battles but their own. Okay, bad cookies. So
isn't civil rights their own battle as well?
Who are you, Michael Pan, to be fighting for Black rights? We don't necessarily know where you come from. I think from what I gathered, that you are a Taiwanese American. So it seems interesting. It's ironic.
I'm Taiwanese American.
Let me speak here. I'm trying to make a point. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm trying to make a point too. But you're interrupting me.
Right, but you're kind of hogging the panel. You're speaking more than anyone, right? So I want to get to red wine shortly, but I want to ask you about your background. When we're talking about you speaking on behalf, fighting for Black Americans, it's helpful to make aware to everyone, since this is a public broadcast, what your background is as far as what your claim to solidarity with them. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm telling my background, I'm Taiwanese American. But what I learned is that over time, immigrants did not do this on their own. They had the help of Black Americans. Okay, I'm gonna make this record. And by the way, who is the biggest consumer spending in America? It's Black American freedmen. They make America strong. Without Black American freedmen, America would collapse today. I'm telling you, Michael. It's been documented in history. No other groups ever stop in their own communities. Okay, it's been always Black American freedmen who stop in ethnic businesses, and unfortunately, Black American freedmen have been discriminated against, have been profiled at these establishments, and not to mention been pickpocketed, or they've been monitored financially. So I'm telling you already from documentation and evidence. Okay, and by the way, the immigrants learned the anti-Black racism from who? The white Europeans, because the white Europeans did not want immigrants to ally with Black American freedmen to do what is right. So if anyone who say they care about Black American freedmen in the immigrant communities, say that they're the good ones, then why are they not contacting the members of Congress, not contacting the mayor, not contacting the city council to advocate for reparations? Because
They
the debt is
are.
owed.
You.
It's not a
They
majority.
are.
It's
You.
only a minority.
Let's hear Cookie's response, and then I want
You're
to go to
doing it
Lucy.
right now.
I'm just telling you, it's a minority, not a majority. Very few.
Okay, can Cookies respond now, and then we can go to Lucy? Thank you.
I would actually prefer to go to Lucy because anything I say is just going to be irrelevant at this point.
Sounds good. Lucy, you got anything to say?
Well, okay, I guess there's a lot to unpack. The first thing, I feel like I agree with Marcus that every state is different. So Truth Zone, for example, he said he lives in the South, and he came out with like that whole example, like the white trash man.
I did not like that.
I don't know where he lives, but
Kentucky.
I think the reality is that people won't really go to fight for a different race necessarily, is that they will fight for their friends, right? So, and I think this is how people kind of get involved with different things, right? So, in places that are more mixed, or, depending on what the breakdown is, maybe where Truth Zone lives, you will find an alliance of some kind between poor blacks and poor whites, right? In some things. Like, I know a lot of white people from the South that they are super passionate about civil rights for Black Americans, and they know way more than I do about it. Like, I grew up in New York. 4 out of 5 Black people here are, the children of Jamaicans and like Panamanians. 4 out of 5, maybe, like, hands down. I started learning about it more when I started meeting people from the Midwest and, stuff like that. So, but at least in New York, for example, a lot of people like to point out the Cuban gusanos that are all, super racist. And there is kind of a trend towards that a little bit in Florida. But in New York, like, I grew up with a lot of Cubans. Like, I consider myself half Cuban practically, even though I'm not by blood. And I don't know why, but in New York, it wasn't like that. Like, in New York, I saw the Cubans come together with Black Americans for a lot of stuff. And as a matter of fact, like in the 90s, and I have this memory seared in my brain, I don't know why my parents took me to see Castro speak in person, and the room was filled with Black Americans, like the stadium. And the reason for that is that Cuba, they took in a lot of refugees that escaped the U.S., like Asada Shakur, and there's a few others, right? So, like, you can say, yes, there are lots of Gusano Cubans that vote for Republican Trump, but you would be ignoring the other side of that, right? In the same way, yes, there are Black Americans that have stood for Hispanics and Native American rights and everyone else, but there were also Buffalo Soldiers, there were also people that fought and went to Korea and Vietnam, and they killed Koreans and Vietnamese. So, like, I just, I think, like, the point isn't to rag on. I don't have any problem with any race, really. My only thing is like the FBA social media thing, which has become a little bit of a, like, internet rabbit hole, But you could say the same thing about white Americans, There's white Americans that, they support other people, and there's white Americans that do not, and they mind their business. And, I think it just depends on where you live. Like, it is true that white Americans tend to be less sensitive, and white people in general to other, but, it's still not it's not so cut and dry, right? It depends on kind of like the class characteristics of the place where you live. And the thing that was shocking to me with the California reparations thing is that the law was so insane. So to give you an example, like, I agree with Marcus on the Tulsa thing. It's like they weren't even able to get something that happened in that generation, right? If you look at some of the things that Gavin Newsom was actually shooting down, he was shooting down the ability to sue over eminent domain. That would be people that are currently alive that got their homes taken by eminent domain. and he shot that down, which was very much easier to accomplish, right? And I think what they did in California was basically put up a crazy law because they were like, okay, we're going to provide this estimate and it's $1.2 million per Black Californian. Well, if you look at the history of California, it's like, and you're saying we're going to give Black people in California $1.2 million. Well, the majority of California used to be Mexico. California was one of the states that was taken from Mexico. You know, a lot of Mexicans still see it this way. And California, before it was taken from Mexico, was the state that did not have slavery. Like, it was when it became the United States that they started slavery in California. So, you know, you know, the whole cash reparations thing, I support it. I support it if it's like a reasonable amount of money, right? It got a little crazy when they were like, give us $1.2 million, which was like, if you calculated it, it ended up being like 2.5 times the state budget. And California does not have the power to print currency. So at that point, I was like, are you going to fight for the independence of California to print your own currency? Because this doesn't make any sense. You know, it's almost like they're putting out an extreme proposal that they knew it was going to get shot down in order to make people look dumb, right? And that's what I saw, because it was like, if you actually followed the Civil Liberties Act, which was what Reagan did in that whole, with the Japanese internment camps, first of all, it was only direct survivors. It was not the descendants that were given reparations. And second of all, if you calculated it, it was like they figured out what it was for inflation today, and it would have been $54,000 or like $53,000, not $1.2 million. So, like, I think reparations is important, but I think it would probably end up being a combination of cash and eminent domain. I don't believe in giving everybody $1 million a pop so that they don't have to work for the rest of their lives. Because, you know, what that creates is, it does create a lot of interracial tension, right? Because then people will be like, I want 1 million. I want, yes, in an ideal world, everybody would have 1 million, you know? But I think the most important thing is, like, for everybody to have a home, to be well fed, to have the right to education, to not have to, like, go fight for Israel, right? So these are all things we have in common. So, you know, like, I think it's an honorable thing to fight for reparations, but I don't think people should look past the details of, like, you know, how you're going to implement it. Because if you are, if you're saying everyone should have the right, you know, everyone should help us get $1.2 million, like, when it gets that, you know, you're really going down, like, an ideological rabbit hole, and you're expecting, it kind of reminds me of the people that fight for abortion, and they believe in abortion up until, like, the very last week of pregnancy. It's like, well, you know, what you were saying made sense before when you were saying that, you know, we are all in agreement that, you know, the parents, you know, like 13-year-old children should not have to, like, carry out their rapist child to term, right? But now you're taking your pro-choice vision to an extreme that you can't understand why anybody would, you know, slightly have an issue with it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, people have to be reasonable. You know, I'm not saying that you shouldn't support reparations. I think everyone should support reparations, but I also think you should be reasonable about how certain things come across. Anyway, yeah.
I think that's a really good question. So, outside of money, does anybody, or sorry, Bad Cookies, did you have anything to respond to that? I know you got skipped over from the last hurrah between you and I, but I do have a question. I'd like you to answer this first, honestly. If outside of money, what would you be able to give to the Black community that you think is a reasonable reparation solution? I can name like 6, but I want to hear what Bad Cookie would put on the ballot if he had an opportunity to help us out.
All right, yeah.
To be honest with you, I don't know. I would go to the Black community and ask them what would benefit them the most, because I don't know what benefits you guys the most. I'm not in your situation. I'm not in your shoes. However, you being the black folk that you are, know your situation, know what would benefit you the most, and you would have that expertise to guide me and tell me, hey, if you really want to help us out, this is what would help us out the most. If you told me that and you gave me that with solid reasoning, and I fucking fully supported you, which I totally fully support reparations. It's a debt owed. You guys deserve it. Now, if you came to me and told me, hey, we would like these reparations in terms of public property. Give us some property. There's tons of property in the United States. None of it is used. There's a lot of land that's just goes barren. If you said, you came to me like, hey, we'll take half cash, half property, have at it. I'm not the one who gives you that land. It's going to be the country that does. It's going to be the United States. But I will sit there and fight for you if you feel that is a thing that'll help you progress yourselves and get over this hump. I think that anything that you decide is best for you, within reason, like Lucy said, be reasonable. I'm all for it. Now, if I came up with an idea, you're asking me what my ideas would be. I couldn't come up with an idea sufficient enough to provide you with what you would need. I don't know it. Is that a good enough answer for you?
Honestly, no. Because Lucy, right here, can tell you what she read, because she gave a fuck for a little bit and decided to go down a rabbit hole about things that black people deserve, because black history shows you a lot. And if you know our history just a little bit, you would know that there are just a couple of things that would be kind of dope for us to have. And I was thinking that maybe I asked it maybe too broad. That's why you got that awesome cop out. I mean, it sounded great, but that was definitely a cop out answer. Because I'm asking, if you were a legislator, something, what is something you would give us in reference to our reparations? If we couldn't get the money, what is a countersuit that you can pull out your ass for us? Just one.
Okay,
You ain't got one?
I got an answer. Can I answer this?
Lucy, you done gave me two. Please don't give him one so he can steal that one, just like the white people steal everything. Come on now. Let Bad Cookie talk, because he talks so much about wanting to fight. And I want to see what he actually got in the chamber for us, since he loves us so much and loves our support.
Okay, I just want to hear what Marcus was just trying to say, and then
I actually would want to hear what Lucy has to say, because Lucy is the one that said that 1 million would be way too much. And when you start factoring in, you factor in most wealth in this country is gotten by land and property, and how many of the people in this country, how they accrued their network and wealth and all that and put themselves in the places they've gotten to, has been through land and property and wealth and all those things like that. And so if you gave a combination of land and wealth, that probably would be well over 1 million. So that would be more than what Lucy is saying.
Right. So I do think that it would have to be a combination of land and money. But the 1.2 million proposal, and this is why I think like they purposefully went down the rabbit hole, because I think they knew it would fail, and they knew it would sound outrageous when it's actually not outrageous to get reparations, right? But the way they did it is they were like $1.2 million, and it turns out that if you multiply that by all of the black people in California, they said that it would be 2.5 times the state budget, right? The state of California does not have the power to print currency. So the reality is that in order to get reparation, it would have to be a smaller amount of cash, and then you would have to do the rest through eminent domain and land reform, which is what? Communism. It's taking other people's land the same way that it was taken from black people and giving it back to them. So like in California, you would have to figure out what properties were taken from people, and you would have to do lawsuits based on those things. In New York, you could do a lawsuit for Seneca Village and say like, why is it that there isn't one business in Central Park? So I looked it up. It was like there's at least five businesses in Central Park, even though they say like, oh, there's no businesses. There's like a restaurant, there's like the Central Park Boathouse, you know, there's a bunch of, there's a conservatory or something that has no black history at all. It just shows like butterflies and shit, right? And like birds, right? So you could say, you know, this used to be Seneca Village. Let's file a lawsuit to give all of these businesses to black people in New York City, right? So there's a lot of stuff that you could do. I just personally, like, you know, I supported the California thing actually, but then when I started reading it, I was like, holy shit, this is insane and was destined to fail. And I think the reason they did it that way is because Gavin Newsom is trying to run for office in the federal government, and he knows that California is only like 5% black or something, but he knows what he's going to do when he runs for federal office, because he wants to run for president, is say, oh, look, I did like a commission and task force on reparations, whatever. And he's going to use it to pander. He's going to be like, oh, I'm the only one that did a commission task force, even though the commission task force, like, it was like totally useless, you know, because like every time the Democrats come up with some commission task force, like nothing happens, because they love commissions and task forces. It's like their favorite way of slowing things down. So the reparations, if you were to follow the Civil Liberties Act, it would really be like $53,000 per person. It wouldn't be like, you know, something like 1.2, and that would be within the state budget. So maybe then you'd have a chance of passing it. It's better than passing nothing. So yeah.
Blue Moon Red Wine. I'm gonna have to counter. I'm gonna have to offer rebuttal, because when you talk about
Hold on, Mike. I still got my shit on the docket. I want bad cookies to come with one thing, because you telling me you ain't got one black friend that told you something that the government need to give us? That's a lie. So go ahead and come up with that one. Thank you.
Cookies, go ahead, and then Michael. Yeah.
I'll make it quick and succinct so Michael can have his talk. I would lower your tax bracket so you wouldn't have to pay taxes for at the very least 15 years. And then I would make sure that if you were, that's only if you owe taxes. If you didn't owe taxes and you had a tax refund coming to you, I would double it. And that it's the same time limit of 15 years. If you calculate that, let's say each individual gets $2,000 for a tax return. That's a very low assumption, but let's say you get that. If I'm lowering your tax bracket, making sure that you have to pay less taxes, which means you get more in return, you would get at least $5,000 to $6,000 a year. Multiply that for 15, you're looking at not a whole lot. You're looking at $6,000, $7,000, but I would also back that up with land grants. You would get land grants. There's tons, like I said before, there's tons of land that's not being used. There's tons of houses they're going without people in it. You would get those territories, and frankly, that's all I've really got.
Okay, y'all can go ahead. He gave me my answer. We good. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to build up what Blue Moon Red Wine said, and Tessa saying too. And Tessa, can you repeat your question you were asking earlier? I just want to make sure I understand this correctly.
So I just need one thing that you would give us if we couldn't get the money. If we couldn't get the money, what else you giving us?
Right. So when you say let's say like you said, so you're saying if the goal is you want to get the cash payment reparations, but if you can't get it, like what other?
Yeah. What's our one up that we get? Everybody else get a couple of one ups. I don't want to throw out any ones that I haven't heard yet, but just think about other races and things that they have, whatever breaks and XYZs and things that they have access to.
Sir.
What one would you give us?
Yes, and speaking about it, I'm glad you asked that question, because I think this is very important, because there was a Black Wall Street in 1921 that allowed a Black American freeman to be wealthy temporarily until the white mobs took over. And when the white mobs destroyed the Black Wall Street, Black American freemen lost a lot of value in properties which produce wealth. And so the first thing I think it's very important we need to do is cash payment. It's not about and Lucy, because when you mention reparations need to be combination, I hear you. However, we need to prioritize cash payment reparations. We cannot put a limit how much cash payment reparations Black American freemen should receive, because we don't do that to other groups.
It's not me that's putting the limit, Michael.
I'm not saying you. I'm not right. I'm not saying you.
California does
right,
not
California.
have the power
I'm
to
aware.
create
Let me
currency.
finish.
I'm sorry, I gotta hop in as a California resident. That it's the budget. I gotta stop that, because we got billion-dollar budgets out here.
Yeah, but you also have immigrants. You also have immigrants
but it's
who are
not the
receiving
state that has
substance
that.
from
It's corporations.
For the state of
California.
California, the state of California to give, and that's qualified. Not every single Black person would even be qualified.
Right, it's based on the lineage,
So-
right?
So,
which is lineage based. But what I'm saying, go ahead.
Even if you took every single Black person, and I'm talking about even immigrants, that still wouldn't even get close to touching the California budget. Our budget is huge. We're talking about our $1 billion budgets to what would be a couple $100 million paid out over years. That wouldn't be exploding the budget. I don't know who came up with that. It would be 2 times more than the budget thing, but that just sounds, that don't sound right.
Let me finish, please. I'll say this: it's probably like the conservatives and the moderate liberals who don't want to see reparations paid to Black Californians of chattel slavery, and also a couple Democrats in the state assembly coming from immigrants too, right? And especially the immigrants in California fighting or competing with Black and freemen to get reparations or agency bill called AB 1314. Everybody should Google AB 1314 that the Black American Freemen are trying to propose to create their own American Affairs Freemen Agency. And the immigrants are competing to get $1.2 million to start their own agency when the immigrants already have received substance in California. Okay, Black Wall Street has happened before in this country for several.
Wait, what reparations? You just said
let me finish,
reparations.
Lucy. Did I interrupt you? Don't interrupt me. Let me finish, please, Lucy. Otherwise, you sound like a Karen interrupting me. Okay?
All right, make your point. Go ahead. You didn't need to be insulting.
I'm not trying to insult anyone. Okay, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm sure, like Michael. I'm sure you don't like my voice. How I'm being firm. I'm being firm. When I'm firm, I usually expect respect. Just how I try my best to respect people. So let me finish, Michael. Otherwise, some people are going to sound like Bernie Sanders. Okay, this is not the case. So let me finish, please. Thank you.
Talking about Karens and comparing people to Bernie Sanders. Having rational, effective dialectical discourse.
I am, but I'm just saying.
We move into ad hominem, destructive, spurious.
Okay. Yeah. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. Thank you. Gosh, you see, if I had my own soul today, I would have pressed the call bell, hit the bell hard when your turn is over. Thank you. What I'm saying is that there's been Black Wall Street and has been documented in several states throughout history. And we can go back to rebuilding Black Wall Street. And so Black Wall Street has been done before. On top of proposing reparations. But I do believe cash payment reparations need to come first because so many Black American freemen have lost value in their land, property, taken down by white mobsters. Other immigrants did not go through what Black American freemen have for so many years and centuries, okay? They didn't have their businesses burned down like Black American freemen did. And we also have to take that into consideration. Apples to oranges can't be apples to apples, okay? Because since Black American freemen have been 400 years behind, cash payment reparations need to come first. And then of course other tangibles, land, business grants, but also with anti-Black hate crime bills protection for Black American freedmen.
Boy. All right, Mike, chill out. You cooking right now. You cooking. Go ahead. Next.
Right.
Michael, I'm gonna cut Mike right there because he doing good. Don't say no more. We got some more people that I asked this question to. So go ahead. Next person.
Yes. Right.
Michael, other number one, Mike in the corner. Well, to me, you're in the top corner. So top corner, Mike.
Yes, sir. Right, because we know, like other immigrants, they didn't have their business burned down, unlike American freedmen. So that's why there needs to be an anti-Black hate crime bill on top of cash payment reparations, land grant, and business protection. And that's how a Black Wall Street can be rebuilt. Because what happened was when Black Wall Street started in 1921, most of Black American freemen were not aware that the white mobsters were getting ready to take down the Black Wall Street because the policeman gave the white mobsters weapons to take down Black Wall Street. And not only on top of the cash payment reparations, in addition to cash payment reparations, anti-Black hate crime bill strongly enhanced, just like Asians receive an anti-hate crime bill, it's also an enhanced Second Amendment rights, because the police are not there to protect Black American freedmen, and it has been documented, and it's what history has shown as well. And so we can never tell Black American freedmen how much reparations they should get. Let them determine. They're the ones to get $100 trillion nationally, but we break down by state. It's to be like by state, divided by 50 states, about roughly about $80 billion. What I think is reasonable at the state level, but at the federal level, it's to be $100 trillion, because of several centuries of Jim Crow segregation, redlining after slavery.
Okay, so I hope we. All right, if you have anything else left to go ahead and finish your comment. I think we have gotten a bit off topic of what we were trying to discuss more as the main topic of the debate today. So If anyone has any more comments about this, please wrap it up soon.
I have one more comment. I think like the disagreement is like I feel like there's a big disagreement in where the money is, and I think the money is with corporations. I don't think the money is with the state. Like, you know, New York City, for example, like, you know, people are like, well, there's money in New York City. Yes, there's lots of money in New York City. In the Federal Reserve, it's in Wall Street. It's not necessarily with the city government. So that's what I'm seeing is like people arguing like without realizing that our country is essentially bankrupt. Like people might ask like, well, how can you say that? Like how is the country bankrupt? Well, because the Federal Reserve is owned, it's private. It's owned by member banks. Like once you go down the rabbit hole and really like try to understand what's happening with the Federal Reserve, you will realize how bankrupt we are. Now, this isn't really about like Black Americans specifically, like what I'm talking about with the Federal Reserve, but please, like, if you haven't gone to the down the Federal Reserve rabbit hole, please go down that rabbit hole, because it's a lot about you will see what I'm talking about in terms of the fact that they're pushing cash reparations alone when what we need is land reform. And they don't want to talk about land reform because that's a communist idea. No, let me finish now. They don't want to talk about it because that's a communist idea, and they don't like communist ideas. All right, that's all I have to say. Yes, go ahead.
I want to piggyback off of what you said though, Lucy, because you had mentioned, well, how will we give land if not through eminent domain? And I put in the comments, dissolve BlackRock and take that shit.
Yes,
because they're just buying up land all over the country, and sitting on it to drive the rates up. So you know, like that's I feel like that's an unlawful corporation, and we need to take it over.
Right, exactly.
That'd be a good place to start.
Yeah.
But don't forget that cost payment reparations need to be included, because Black American Freedom has lost so much.
Oh, absolutely.
Lost so much money in wealth for 400 years and counting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Doing like
hold on, Mike. I got a question because I know you be a little long-winded, Buki. I'm sorry, but I got a question before we get sidetracked. Hey, Abby, quick question. We get that land, right? And if we get that land, and then they come and Tulsa our asses the fuck again, then what?
You know what? Girl.
I'm just saying, it sounds so fucking good, girl. I be spiderwebbing it.
No, I've talked about that on this show, right, Michael? Like if we like they talk about we need to we need to segregate, and I'm
segregate
like,
ourselves again, just for them to pick us off again. Like that's crazy.
And I'm like, you know why Black people don't want to? We don't have our own little community because we're scared that they just gonna come bomb us or something. Everybody else has little China, little Italy, little this, little that. Black people are like, I can't hang with y'all like that because they might just swoop in overnight and say somebody done raped some white lady or something, and then it's over and done with because they've done it hundreds of times before. So yeah, it is a fear. Like there is a PTSD fear in the Black community of creating Black communities. Ain't that some shit?
Mm-hmm.
That's like very traumatic. Yeah. Yeah.
There's something to be said here about it's important to define things as they are, to determine what it is as it actually is. But then we want to remember not to get kind of caught up with like static thinking, right? We're trying to have like initiate change, right, and progression into something.
Oh, that's not static thinking. That's that's a true fear.
That's a true.
That's a true fear. That's not static thinking.
What I'm saying is about being and becoming. So what we want is to establish the correct path of action in order to get past what we have effectively determined the situation as it is. That's the whole point about having a debate between all these different groups about who is really the most responsible for why we're not moving forward. And then it doesn't necessarily help too much if we over-establish things in very concrete ways so that things cannot be fluid anymore as far as So what to do about it? That's the important thing. If all we're really doing is talking about how this is the way that things are, and what we're implying is that because they are this way, that they will never change. That's what I have a problem with. The whole point, I think, of having these kinds of conversations is not to be diplomats or whatever with fancy credentials, proving that we are the only ones who can accomplish change. We, the people, are trying to sort out what we can do with our own power, right? Labor is power, right? What kind of labor can we do collectively to accomplish a solution here?
I really don't understand how that is your response to what we just said, like a true fear in the Black community of of coming together and build businesses together and homes together in a specific area. Oh, and Michael, Yanina's here. I'm sorry, Yanina's here. If you want to throw the link in again.
Right.
Yeah, I don't understand how that was a response to what we were what we were saying about having a true fear of building a Black community, when historically in this country the government has always found ways to displace that community, and usually it's in a violent manner. Now they might not do it so violently anymore because there's too many eyes, you know what I mean? But they could do it as in build plants and put us in cancer alleys, which they do now, which kills off the community. Like or they'll take a Black community and be like, oh, well, you know what? We need to dump some waste. Here's the perfect place, right smack dab in this Black community, and it's a painful, slow death. And these are things that Black people have to think about when we think about coming together as a community and building.
Yeah, because I don't. That was a wild answer. That was but that was a great moment. It's a teachable moment.
Okay.
Because I feel. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. I feel that that's a very teachable moment because it just shows how separatism really gets you unrelatability wholeheartedly. We had a moment where we understood the trauma of what it is to actually be able to might get reparations in a forward-thinking manner and go, okay, they gave us land. Now we get to live amongst ourselves. And then history can somewhat repeat itself. Yes, but we're too afraid to even take the chance because history can repeat itself. Let's talk about the New York bombing of that apartment complex. Didn't happen much long ago. Rosewood, Tulsa. We can keep going. Lake Lanier. I have a whole list, baby. The people in California just got their land back and it was owned by their people back in the day. So it is a fear because it's a known fact that it will be fucked with no matter if they gave it to us or not. So to have such an unrelatable and a very callous, in my opinion, point of view on that, it lets me know that I don't think you have one in the chamber to let me know what you would give us outside of all the things that have already been spoken on. Because you're the only one that haven't answered one yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're talking about my co-host? Okay, I'll let you speak. I wanted to just say something on your behalf because you do know about because we've talked about the massacres in the lakes, and I think he was not trying to be insensitive. He didn't realize what he was doing in that moment.
It's hard to say something and then maybe it gets misconstrued. I want to try and clarify what I was trying to say. So I think when we're talking about like history repeating itself, what I'm trying to say as far as establishing effectively what the situation is in order to establish what the solution is, it's important not to get caught into a self-defeating narrative. And that's where I'm saying if we get a little bit too crystallized in our thinking about what we believe the way that things are, then we're kind of focusing a little bit on like looking backwards and we're never actually looking forwards, right? So I'm trying to say, how do we, I have a concept that I've been kind of coming up with lately. I call it a tautological autarky. So it's hard to kind of explain that, but a tautology is like a self-reinforcing argument. It is what it is because I say that it is what it is. That's not really logical because you're relying on your own premise to kind of assert the truth. So an autarky in this case would be kind of a self-sufficient kind of, we're going to try and be independent and rely on ourselves, and we're not going to rely on any outside influence. So when you combine those two terms in a narrative kind of trap, what we get is if someone's engaging in a tautological autarky, they were never really going to actually achieve the objective they want, because the tactics that they're engaging in are a self-defeating loop, like the Ouroboros picture that I
Okay,
have.
I'd like to stop you there because you keep saying the word self-defeating, and the word I think you really need to be reaching for is self-preserving.
Right, but this is
And
where I'm
whoever
trying to
this
say it's
person is too,
possible for your
Elmo.
efforts to self-preserve can bleed into a self-defeating mentality. Okay.
Hey, baby, we supposed to manifest
I
ourselves
just
out of slavery,
disagree.
Abby. We were supposed to manifest
I
ourselves out of
disagree.
slavery, baby.
I disagree
No,
so hard with that
if you
statement.
close your mind to working with other groups, then as much as it is the fault of other people refusing to help you, when you've cut off all bridges, there
But the
is some
comment
kind of
wasn't.
responsibility that has to be admitted comes from yourself as well.
No, the comment wasn't talking about working with other groups. The comment was talking about if we built up ourselves as a group, what retaliation would happen. That's what the discussion was about.
Right. Well, but that's also
right?
if we're talking about if you build up your own community, when we're talking about reparations and whatnot, part of the contradiction that needs to be addressed is we're framing the solution in terms of private property. And as communists, if you really believe in communist ideals, you can't actually seriously recommend private property as a solution for something like this. So this is actually it's good to identify this as a sticking point for why it's difficult for maybe a Marxist thinker to reparations if the people who want the reparations want them in a form that is kind of a capitalist mode of production. Okay.
Well, I'm more of a socialist, and you know that. So, I guess if you're coming from a communist perspective, I don't see America ever being able to be communist because America is too racist to. There is no way. Like I had this video. Maybe I could show it where this white man was talking about how white people will starve themselves just to be able to not feed people that they feel are below them. I don't see communism ever happening in this country. Socialism, maybe if the empire falls far and fast enough, maybe.
And and adding to what Michael Johnson said, Michael, as a matter of fact, you see, when you talk about how other groups of people need to work, how Black Americans are excluding other groups. No, the problem is the communist groups have excluded Black Americans from fighting for true liberation. Okay, and I can tell you from my experience working on Bernie Sanders' campaign. Everybody on the
I would be careful not to conflate social democrats with communists, but
I'm
go
not.
ahead.
I'm just giving you from anecdotal and empirical evidence. Okay. Whenever the progressives are so focused on universal policies, when Black American freedom engage, okay, right? But then when Black American freedom try to explain to progressives, hey, progressive policies or universal policies, they're not enough to combat wealth inequality due to slavery, Jim Crow, segregation. What do the progressives do? I'm not all of them, but a good majority. They silence Black American freedmen from bringing reparations to the table. So that's why a separation is needed, because not all progressives are going to be aligned with reparations moving forward. And there's actually racism in both communism and the Progressive Party. They just don't have to tell you. They can show you or how they think.
Okay, I don't agree that we can
right,
treat
I'm just giving you
progressives and social democrats and communists as interchangeable terms.
I'm just saying,
these are very different kinds of people. I would like to.
I'm not saying all of them. I didn't say that. You misunderstood.
You're talking about progressives and Bernie Sanders as if they're communists. I don't think that makes your point.
Right. It doesn't. I'm not telling you the difference between progressives and communism. What I'm saying is that when people focus on universal policies, on communism having, property rights or having the public means, Black American freedmen get excluded from these programs. It has been documented several times with the New Deal program, GI Bill. and not to mention Medicare for all. It always has to do with race. Racism is always going to be part of America, always, and it's not going to change, Michael. And not like Michael, if I were you, you probably should read a book about reparations written by William Darity to understand how we got from A to B. Because I had to learn this the hard way myself, to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. I used to think universal policies would be enough to uplift Black American freedmen out of poverty, slavery. So no, it was not enough. Why? Because we did not attack the structural causes of racism, slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, and white supremacy. Even if we have universal policies, there's still going to be a wealth disparities between Black and white people in this country.
Well, this is where it's important to understand that when the point about targeting private property for abolishment is that we remove the exclusionary force of private property, because private property gives the rights of a sole person, proprietor, and excludes everyone else from any kind of say in the matter. And this is often by capitalists is portrayed as the way for everyone to have the amount of freedom that they could possibly have in their own individual circumstance. But in reality, private property ends up locking out the vast majority of people from access to private property because of the monopolistic kind of tendency for profit to accumulate at the top. Okay, so when you're trying to say that the communist solution will not work for giving reparations to Black people, the point is to eliminate the antagonism that if we all have the same rights to the land, then nobody is excluded. But if we're focused on ensuring that we maintain private property as the perfect solution, like the only way that reparations can be packaged, then I think that it is a poison pill. It's intended to be a dream that will never be accomplished. So I think we need to hear from Marcus, because we were going to go to him and then you ended up jumping in first. So Marcus.
Yeah, it's a whole lot said, and it's hard to get back some of my thoughts because there's so much that's been said. I got a couple. Michael Pan, if you can answer a couple of quick questions for me, and they're quick questions. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I just want to ask a couple of things.
Sure.
Because, one, how old are you?
I am in my late 30s.
Okay, late 30s. When did you come into this country?
Actually, I was born in the States.
You're born in the States? Okay, my apologies. What state are you? What state are you from?
So originally I was born in Buffalo, New York, but I've been raised in Virginia in the last 35 to 36 years.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a little context to understand some things, because it's interesting. Like, my grandparents are actually descendants of the Tulsa survivors.
Right.
So this is like when I'm hearing you try to lecture about all this stuff that I know full well about, and most Black people do. We don't.
Right, I mean, not you. I'm just saying, like, some panelists who may not be aware.
We don't really need to be lectured about our own history, and it just feels kind of weird hearing somebody who is not part of the Black community try to lecture Black people about what happened to Black people. Especially like my grandparents were sharecroppers.
Mm-hmm.
And so also when I hear to be like 50,000 or so, and the Japanese internment got about 40 something thousand, that's basically saying that the Japanese internment situation is equivalent to what's happened with slavery, redlining, police brutality. All of this shit is all basically the same as Japanese.
I'm the one that said the 53,000.
I know that.
Yeah, I don't think he said that.
California's budget is like over 200 billion for what, probably 3% of Black people that would even get the amount. I remember how it was broke down. It's a small amount. I also what you were saying about, well, communism versus this is a legal matter. Political theories are thrown out when it's a legal judgment or settlement that needs to happen, because it was private companies who did this, and it was the federal government that did this. So there are two people who are at fault for the things that happen.
Right.
And when we talk about, for instance, Teal brought it up about the area in California they just got back. That's Bruce Beach. That was a black town that was taken away by the state of California through eminent domain.
Right, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of it.
Yes, and so when I'm hearing that, and when you factor in most wealth in this country is generated by land, property.
Yes.
I don't give a damn how it gets to the people that it should get to. I don't really give a damn if it comes through capitalist means, socialist, communist, whatever. As long as what is being repaired is being repaired. A theory can be argued about later on different people's philosophical beliefs. I mean, even when you break into capitalism, there's also many different levels and ranks of capitalism, and it gets even more complicated when we start getting into political theory. So when we argue to the extremes of capitalism, like laissez-faire, which I believe that's what you're doing, I feel like that's missing the trees for the forest. But I mean, you're missing the forest for the trees.
No, that's not. That was you misunderstood me.
Michael, I'm talking about the other Michael. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I'm saying that when he's thinking about some of this, well, communists do this, communists do that, this and that. And we also do have to be very, very aware because when I moved out here, do you know that my dentist was able to tell me what city I grew up in by looking at my teeth? Do you know why that's the reason? Because this government intentionally pumped fluoride and other things into the water, into particular communities. So even if they don't come through some kind of armed way of doing it, we can deal with a Flint, Michigan type situation. We can deal with a situation like California, where they were putting people right next to the power lines, or to some of my other family descendants in Puerto Rico who are dealing with Bayer and Monsanto pumping shit into the land that's giving people cancer over there. So with the numerous ways that they have attacked the Black community, which they attack in multiple ways, that's the reason why it's not that I don't support reparations, and I'm really disagreeing with your perspective, Michael Pan. I'm saying I know my fucking enemy. And I know this government is a racist, terroristic bastard of a government that ain't trying to give shit to none of us, especially Black people. And I'm not foolish on understanding what the reality is. I'm not going to sit there and live and try to focus on hoping for something or hoping for people to do right who are never going to do right because their spirit is not upright within them.
They never do it right.
I'd like to get. I'm sorry. I just want to get to Trauma down here, our new newly joined comrade here. But I also want to just quickly, in response to Marcus, I think you made some good comments I should reflect on. But just as far as the law is concerned, the reparations is a legal matter. I feel like the law does not exist in a vacuum. You know, it's inevitably connected to the political economy, and so I just always feel like the communist solutions are the ones that have never actually been tried in the West. And if people ever tried them, they may actually produce the greatest amount of benefits. And instead, because people idealistically believe other solutions are more practical, I think it always gets pushed to aside for more failing solutions. So, but I want to get back on topic. We're supposed to be talking about should Black people be in the streets supporting these immigrants. So, Yonina, is that you? You want to go ahead? You got to unmute yourself.
I got you, girl. There you go.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Yep. You're a bit quiet. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. How everybody doing? How y'all doing? It's good to be here. Good to see everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, Marcus. Hey, Abby. Hey, Micah.
Good to see you.
Good to finally hear you, Bad Cookies. Now, I'm up here because we're asking the question, should Black people be out in the street along with our brown and immigrant Black brothers and sisters who are out here marching? I would have to say Well, we were the first ones out in the street. We were out in the street first. For 100 years before our Black and brown immigrant family got here, we were out in the street. We were marching. We were getting hit with hoses. We were getting hit with dogs. Dogs sicked on us. We were getting dragged away and dragged into paddy wagons. And a lot of us weren't seen again. We were dealing with all this stuff. And then when we went home, we had to deal with burning crosses on our lawns. We had to deal with people writing, go back to where you came from, N-word, on our property and different things like that. We had to deal with all of this stuff as we were marching for our own freedom, for our own right to stand up and be accounted as individual free people. So with all that being said, what I'm saying is we were already out there. We've been out there. And it's like everything that we worked for 100 years, with all the hangings, you got people writing songs like Strange Fruit being, put on the list by the FBI. You know what I'm saying? You got Nina Simone singing, what's the name of the song?
I think she sang a rendition. Oh, Nina Simone, Mississippi Goddamn.
Yes, Mississippi Goddamn. Alabama's got me so upset. What was it? Alabama got me
Tennessee
so upset. Made me lose my
Tennessee
rest.
made me lose my rest. But everybody knows about Mississippi. Goddamn.
Yes, okay. Okay, so we had her, we've had people out here putting the word out and showing us what's going on a national level, on a global level. Nina Simone went global with that song. She was over in France singing it, So, and while we're out in the streets, we're also dealing with having to go into the backs of attendance halls because we couldn't enter the front. We had to enter through the back door. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to see us, but everybody don't want to see us. You see what I'm saying? So we already been out there, and to have everything that we've worked for torn down in the ink of a pen in less than a second makes us feel like everything we are, even though it's not true, it makes us feel like everything we are is less than nothing, because that's 100 years of work gone. Over 100 years of work. And even after we did the work and we put the work in, we had to continue working after that to add more to it, to get a momentum, to continue to be able to get the little victories, the crumbs from it that we got in the first place. Because see, we had to fight to get along. When the immigrants got here, when the our black and brown sisters and brothers got here to immigrate, they didn't have to fight how we had to fight to get along. Just to start a business, to get a house, to get a car, to be able to live, to go to school. They didn't have to fight like we had to fight. They benefited and walked, but we gave them a yellow brick road, a road paved in gold to their freedom, to their American dream when they got here, that we're still fighting to even benefit from after we got it.
So it sounds like your answer is no.
In the long and short of it, right.
Hey, I gotta pop off real quick, so I'm just gonna say my goodbyes real quick. Thank you everybody for letting me be on the panel. I truly appreciate it. Marcus, you'll do our closeout, I'm assuming. So I appreciate you for doing that for me. My to go statement is in reference to the topic at hand. I just feel personally, and this is where I think Bad Cookies got his bad connotation of me on. It's when I'm gonna say this comment right here. We already dealt with being dragged out our houses, asked for our papers, and then deported in a sense, but we were deported off the planet to like the next realm. Y'all just don't like that it's happening to y'all now. And nobody was back there in them slave days helping us at all. Maybe Harriet Tubman, but like nobody for real, for real. So yeah, it sucks to suck when the cookie kind of crumbles for y'all too. So y'all's got to put y'all time into, and welcome to the clan. We appreciate you and your services banding with us. Peace out, y'all.
Okay, thanks,
Bye, Teal.
Teal.
Peace
Thank
Appreciate
out,
you.
you.
Bye,
Teal. We
Teal.
love
Bye,
you.
Teal.
So we are kind of trying to wrap up
I
here
mean,
shortly. Lucy, you're muted if you're trying to say something.
technically,
Oh, sorry. Someone else was speaking.
Yeah.
oh, I was just gonna say, I don't know, Bad Cookies. Are you Mexican or Hispanic? Are you Mexican?
Yeah, I'm Mexican.
Oh, okay. So technically, like, Mexicans did fight for, like, they fought to end slavery during the what was it, the Mexican independence or something? What they were trying to be independent from was not wanting to support slavery anymore.
What
So
was that, Marcus?
technically, Mexicans
I'm
have
not gonna.
done work in the
They've done the
past.
work, yeah. I'm not talking about those, and those aren't the brown and black sisters that basically turned on themselves. It was the Venezuelans and the Guatemalans and all the rest of them. The Mexicans already knew the score. Well, I'm not talking about the Mexicans. They already knew the game. They knew what was up.
You talking about lower
Okay?
down the South America.
Exactly. I'm talking about
Correct.
the Dominicans. I'm talking about the Dominicans that
In
be
the
gone
Caribbean.
your microphone right there and talk about me no black, me Dominican.
Yes.
Oh, so
Yes.
can I say something about that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Listen.
You
Yes.
go ahead,
Go
Marcus.
ahead.
I was going to say, like, I hear that all the time, and it frustrates me to a degree, being like kind of in two worlds, being in the black community and being Afro Latino also. And people don't understand like the way the Spaniards classify with race and things like that is different. So you got to understand like the context of how they're saying it versus how it's being received here in America. It's the same way with like some South Africans, and they'll say that they're colored. I'm not black, I'm colored, because of it's just a misunderstanding because of different language barriers and the way phrases are used in different countries. That's what I was going to say. But go ahead, Lucy.
Yeah, I agree with that. And the thing that people got to understand is that the classification system in Latin America was colorist. So people that are like basically the categories were very different. And then so black is literally like you are 100% black, like 100%. That's what black means in the Dominican Republic. Now I'm not saying that there aren't anti-black people in the Dominican Republic, because there is anti-Haitian sentiment and all of that stuff, but I also think there's a misinterpretation of what the words mean.
Anytime a colonizer or a settler is involved, then colorism is going to come into play.
Right.
Because that is how people get controlled. Right.
But that's also the case here. Like.
Yeah, Dominicans, a lot of times when they were saying they weren't black, I'm Dominican, they're trying to a lot of times separate from being, I'm not a Haitian, I'm a Dominican. And when you've had to fight so hard to be looked at and represented as far as being an Afro-Dominican, you don't want to go to another country and just be looked at as if you don't have that history, because a lot of Latinos have pride in their country. And so it's not like some kind of diss against black people or diss against black Americans. It's just saying, hey, I'm Dominican, by the way.
Okay.
And also, I gotta say, I lived in the Bronx during the protests in 2020, and there were a lot of Dominicans there. I'm not saying they all showed up, like I can't say the personal situation, but I'm just saying, like, you know, and a lot of those people that showed up were people that might say, you know, I'm not black, I'm Dominican, because they see black as, because in the U.S., black is kind of not always, like sometimes it's people use it differently. Sometimes people
The
use
one
it
drop
as,
rule.
yeah, people say it as all black, but they also use it as a shoe-in for Black American. Like I always saw that they would use it as a replacement word for American. It's only
I've
now that
never.
people are saying FBA this, so that's. But I just wanted to say one more thing before I forget what I'm gonna say. Is like I understand people saying that, you know, I don't want to be part of this because I already fought, and I get all that. I just want to point out, as someone that is actually like super white Latino, you know, that like there's a lot of people online saying, oh well, this doesn't affect us now, and I kind of want to push that back on that a little bit, because you can see that ICE does racially profile, and I'm not trying to be rude or smug or anything like that. I'm just being realistic that they are more likely to pick up like a light-skinned black person or something that looks Dominican, or someone that is Native American, than they are to pick me up, right? So when I'm not saying that you should go out to protest if this is, but I'm just saying the reality of like my experience is that I don't, these people don't look twice at me. So I want to push back on this idea that, oh, it won't affect us, blah blah blah, because that isn't true. They will profile you if you look Hispanic enough, for whatever that means in this country. And what it means in this country is not people that look like me, even though I am Hispanic like 100%. So I just want to push back on that a little bit, because I see people getting really carried away, and they only notice, for example, like I saw someone post something on Twitter, and they were like, ICE picked up like a friend of my daughter's or something, and it was a light-skinned black guy basically that could have passed for, you know, the Puerto Rican, Dominican, whatever, that got picked up by ICE. Yes, they might not deport you because they might not have the right to, but they can make your life very miserable in that entire process, just like the police. So I don't think being unrealistic about that is really the way to go, you know. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I also want to point out, and then I'm gonna give it to you, Morpheus, because I see your hand. I got first. I also want to point out, like, as people are trying to come into this country, Aussies are getting, like, there was an Aussie who came in. Her husband is a Hawaiian. He's Hawaiian. She got like held, deported back, and they banned her from coming to the country for 10 years. Like, there's somebody who came from Canada, got, like, there's people from coming from all over different countries that they sort of look white, but they don't look like Lucy White. They look like it might be something there white, and because they don't just want it to be a white nation, they want it to be a white Christian nation. So if you got a little bit of olive color in you, like, well, what religion are you? Like, they want to make it almost like a apartheid, like in Israel, where can't you can't move around unless you profess a specific religion. So that's how deep this immigration stuff goes. So they only want white Christian people here. That's what I'm getting. And I'll give it to you, Marcus.
Yeah, I kind of, because I want to try to double down on what Lucy was saying. And I want to put this out first of all to the Black community. Like, I get it. If you feel like, you know what, we've been doing this, we've been going through this, and I don't feel like that I've been getting the support that I feel we should be getting, so I'm going to take myself out of this. I get that feeling. But as somebody who's been to a lot of protests in a lot of places, I can tell you, I have seen a lot of other people out there in protests that we have been doing. And I'm not talking about like just now. I'm talking about back in the 70s when you had like the Gray Panthers, and you've had movements, and you've had groups of people who have been out there. Now, what's happening is I feel like because online there is this, I don't know where it's coming from exactly, but a lot of people feeling like, you know what, we just get to a point where screw them, we gonna just worry about us. And I feel like when you start doing that and segmenting yourself into these smaller and smaller groups and only caring about self, Black community, we're already dropping and dwindling, especially if you go into Black Americans or freedmen. We're dropping in numbers. And if you get to the point where you want to isolate yourself off and want to say anybody who wants to help me and screw them, because some of them have been racist towards me and some of them have been this way. If you want to get that mentality, you're going to leave us on our own. In that same situation, which we were talking about, how the Black communities of, you know, Tulsa and what happened in Chicago, and I can name probably easily 50 different, I did a video going over like 50 different atrocities that happen across this country, Black communities. So what you'll have is you'll have a situation where instead of them doing physically, they'll be doing it in other ways, economically and whatever. And you will not have any allies to help you if you get into this mindset of we only need to look out for us. Because people be like, okay, cool. Then we will all stay the fuck away from you and not help you at all. I mean, people forget, like the Negro leagues, the baseball leagues, there were only Black people in there. Slavery was not only Black people. I know a lot of people believe that because of the way they think, but Native Americans and Hispanics were on some of them plantations too. Now, this whole, well, I can only worry about me because that selfish mentality, we have to get out of it. And I'm not saying this for the people who feel like, you know what, I'm going to just do me. Okay, I get it. Do you. But I'm saying don't fault others who decide, you know, we're going to break away from that pack mentality and help each other and try to build alliances. So there we go. I'll land my plane.
Okay, I think, thank you for that. Michael Pan had his hand up first, so let's go to him next, and then Yonina.
Yeah, and I just want to add something too. Just because people identify the America doesn't mean the racism is not there. It's still there. It's just more covert 2.0, right? Because the Europeans colonized Latin America for so many years, and so it can't be an isolated issue. But I digress. But speaking about what you said, Marcus, about that you protest with several groups of people, right? The problem with that, I'm not saying the majority of people. I'm not saying that not all people are like that. Not for non-black people, but a good majority of non-black people have not joined in higher numbers from the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s. The numbers are still static because most immigrants coming from an Asian community still have anti-black racism in their DNA, and they still don't want. Not only they don't want to protest, but they don't do what is right. Contact their politicians to demand cash-paying reparations, land restitution to Black American freedmen, because most Asian people are very focused on group economics or for self. So you understand why Black American freedmen say, you know what, we've done a lot for a lot of groups, for Asians, Hispanics, other groups of people. The only way that non-Black Americans can realize is that we got to apply equal opportunity pain. Because when you don't apply equal opportunity pain, non-Black people will not learn from their mistakes, especially regarding their anti-Black racism. Because it's like what Trauma said earlier, Black Americans have been fighting first before immigrants came. Immigrants only fought because they modeled Black Americans in civil rights and other legislation. And even Black Americans even warned Asians, Latinos, and white European Americans, hey, this system of capitalism is broken. It needs to be done. And unfortunately, Asian, Hispanics, and white people said, no, just pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. And that's still stuck with Black Americans for several for several centuries and several generations later. And so nothing has really changed in this country, despite Asians, Hispanics voting for Democrats. Nothing has changed because more than voted for Donald Trump in 2024. So it tells you who they are and how they think and how they move. And it's too late for Asians, Hispanics to ask Black Americans for help, because Asians, Hispanics should never ever, Asians and Hispanics and some white European Americans should never ever exclude Black Americans in the first place. Because Black American freedmen are the first people to identify the system, because they have a lot of interaction with the system since slavery started and since slavery ended.
Mm.
And I'm saying it should be on the individual basis for now, unless Asians, Hispanics, and white Europeans can prove otherwise. Just how Asians, Hispanics, and white Europeans, so Black Americans, same thing. So you
Yeah.
just have to look at it like an equal opportunity pain. I know it's not something you want to hear, Marcus, but it's the reality.
Can I push back since he's calling my name?
Yes, and then we're going to Yonina, and then Bad Cookies wants in after Yonina.
I'll keep it short. I'm not ignoring racism from other communities at all. I'm telling you, from being out of these protests, a lot of Black people ain't even on the streets. So for you to hold other communities to a higher standard than people who should be fighting for their own rights, I think it's kind of funny. But what I'm saying is, we can't sit there and go, well, majority aren't doing this. Why the hell should majority be out there? You don't build a coalition of getting everybody out there to support you. Everybody's not going to support you. They're not a monolith. I think it's unreasonable to expect major chunks of all the other communities to say, you know what, we're going to band together and help the Blacks. That's not realistic.
Yeah, but you also
can I respond to that, because you weren't here earlier, because I don't think that's what he's saying, because what we were mentioning is that everyone is specifically calling out Black people. Why aren't we out there? They're not calling out any other immigrant, no Asians. They're not calling out the Cubans. They're not calling out the Eastern European immigrants, the people from Iran, like the Arab immigrants. They're not calling out anyone specifically, but they're asking, why aren't Black people out there? And I think that is like the key of what he's trying to, the crust of what he's trying to get at. And I mean, that's the crust of what I'm trying to get at. Why are you calling us out by name as a community?
Can I say
something? I guess I just don't hear the call. Sorry.
So see,
well, no, you weren't here.
I'm hearing a little bit of that, like from a TikTok standpoint, and that's it. I mean, and a lot of times when you go into it, it's one or two people, and then it's a group of those people within this circle who are repeating this message, and it's going viral. Like I remember when they brought up that one Hispanic guy who was criticizing the movie Sinners. It was one Hispanic guy, and they're like, the Hispanic community is mad about representation. It was basically one guy. And I'm not saying in this case it's one, but I'm saying that a handful of people, because they're saying something, their viewpoint is getting outsized, influence and attention.
I think it got so bad that, like, I have clips of Asians, Mexicans, Cubans pushing back and saying, leave Black people alone. Why you keep calling them out? Like, you let them decide for themselves if they want to participate.
Let me speak. There were way more than just one person asking, why isn't Black people out here doing
this? I'm saying only one. I'm saying, okay, twos and few. Even if you put it in the concept of 100 people, 100 people in the concept of a country of over 350 million isn't much.
Yeah, I'm not.
I think the algorithm does push it a little bit. Like, for example, and I think Marcus is right to point it out, because it also depends on what you see. Like, because you see this. So maybe if, so I started watching this video, these kinds of videos, only because Black people sent them to me. Otherwise, like, the algorithm didn't feed it to me, because I guess the algorithm was like, you're white, I don't know. And you're not going to see this. And I never saw these videos until Roger started sending me every Philip Scott video. And then I started, and now I hate Philip Scott. So that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of these influencers, they will put out these viral videos, right? And it's not that racism doesn't exist or that there aren't people that do this shit, but you will see this because the algorithm feeds it to you. And then, like, people will take it. Now, I'm not saying that immigrants are great or that they don't have anti-Black attitude, because racism is global, right? But what I am saying is that some of these influencers will be spending all of their time saying, like, Pan-Africanism is dead and this, that, like the other thing, right? And then they'll talk about that. They'll talk about every dollar that has gone to like an immigrant business, every dollar that has gone to Meals on Wheels for illegals or something, and then Columbia University gives $200 million to anti-Semitism or something, and they don't talk about that, right? So like I think I'm not saying that this stuff is insignificant with the tension between groups, because I think there's always going to be tension, right? And I'm not saying that you have to go out and fight for others. No. What I am saying is, like, be aware, like, you know, when they're constantly feeding you stories that are like, oh, you know, this person got this, and it's like a crumb. It's like they're making you fight over crumbs, literally, you know, and like away from where the real money is, which is what I'm saying. Like, if you, I'm not saying that anybody should go out and fight for the illegals if you're an American citizen and you don't care about that issue. All I'm saying is try to understand more about how the economy works, like foreign policy, all this shit, right? Because all of that goes into it. Like, I just want people to educate themselves.
It's not that I don't care, and I'm very educated about our immigration system, to the point where it was my whole basically first 6 years of school, from basically for the first year to 6th grade. That's all that they taught me. Okay, that's one of the big things about me that you should know.
Oh, I'm not saying that about you. I'm just saying in general.
Yeah, in general, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't have that knowledge though about their cultural like significance and how different cultures impacted and influenced America and different things. I do, especially because my family, we're part of the culture here. My family comes from Dockery Plantations. Dockery Plantations is the birthplace of the blues in Mississippi. 3 hours from Dockery Plantations, one thing that y'all don't know, maybe Abby knows and Marcus knows. Most of y'all don't know about the Devil's Punch Bowl in Mississippi. The Devil's Punch Bowl in Mississippi, 3 hours away from where my family was where after they freed the slaves, they were afraid to let the slaves go north and actually be free. They were afraid to help the slaves actually be free people. So what did they do? They put them in a concentration camp. And the concentration camp was basically a trap. This is after we got our freedom, okay? And this was hundreds or even thousands of people who were freed, who were trapped in this place. And they trapped them there, and they basically did to them what they're doing to the people of Gaza. They put them in there, they worked them to death, and then they let them starve. And now there's peaches that grow there. And the peaches that grow there, the white people went there like they were swimming in Lake Lanier. The white people went there and was like, there's nothing wrong with these peaches, but there's the blood of dead slaves in those peaches, in those trees, in them roots. And so they started eating those peaches. And then stuff started happening to those people. So now they don't eat those peaches anymore. They fall to the ground all ripe and juicy and plump, and they rot. Okay? This is what we're talking about when we talk about our history and our culture, because people don't understand how deep rooted, like after Haiti got their freedom, I'm not saying this isn't bad, but the worst they had to do was pay $14 billion to, and yeah, they had America going in and out of there too, but they didn't have the fight after slavery, the lynchings that we had to deal with, and all the things that we had to deal with for 100 years after slavery. They didn't have to sit there and try and coexist with the people that enslaved them and try and make it work in their life and try and work around. They didn't have like, you got to go to the back of the club, or you got to drink from this fountain, or you got to swim in this pool because you're not, you know what I'm saying, a white person. That might have been the case because there was a rich and poor dynamic there Yeah, I give them that. But as far as the racial dynamic there trying to exist and coexist with the ones who put them there in that situation in the first place, and then took the money from them, and then said we're not giving you anything back. We said we was gonna give you something, but now you're not getting anything. You can pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and even though we didn't, we took everything from you.
Okay.
We had to live through that. We had to live through being denigrated. If you ever seen The Help? If you haven't seen that movie, go watch that movie, because that movie shows a little bit of something of what we went through after having that 100 years of trying to get ourselves, I'm saying, to the place where we're seen as people. Even then, they built a whole bathroom for a woman, for the maids to have to go out in the heat in the middle of summer in Georgia to go use the bathroom, because the white woman didn't want her to go and sit her black ass on that white woman's toilet that the white woman got to send her white ass on. Okay, we went through all of that and still marched for our freedoms and marched for our rights and marched to make sure that everybody could be free here. We did all that, and it got taken away with a pin swipe in a second. That's our issue. That's why we fought already for what was taken away by people who didn't know the score. They didn't understand what was going on here. They voted against themselves, not understanding and realizing they voted against themselves. You got the lady who was singing the song "I Will Vote for Donald
Okay,
Trump,"
hang on.
and
Sorry,
now
we've
she
been
turned around and
we're
she
trying to
turned
get
Can I
the
say
around.
cookies.
something about
Sorry.
the Donald? Okay, yeah.
Wait,
So
let me finish.
Okay, yeah.
You
Okay,
had her
finish.
singing that song. You had her singing that song, and then she turned around and she said, "He said that he wouldn't do this to us. We feel worse than betrayed. He used us." That's what that Venezuelan woman said. Okay, so
She was Cuban.
we worked for something that got taken away from not just us, but the ones who benefited from it more than we did. And now we're supposed to fight for it again? We're supposed to go and fight for those who got it taken away from us and themselves, and say it's okay, you didn't understand, when they were warned.
Okay, that was very appreciate that very powerful message. I think what you're saying there is making me think about what Marcus was saying about, like, you would kind of have to really understand the proper root of the trauma, the full extent of it. If we don't actually address the trauma properly, whatever kind of economic system we're trying to offer as solutions, whatever, it's a waste of time, because we're ignoring someone's trauma. We're contradicting our own values, right?
Mhm.
So we're trying to get to Bad Cookies next. He's been waiting. He wanted to say something. And then Lucy, I'd appreciate to hear what you want to say, but we want to hear from Rondo first, okay? Go ahead, Cookies.
All right. What I wanted to say is, I really appreciate this conversation we're having today. Like, it's not going to result to anything. We're not going to change the world having this conversation. However, the people that are in the chat and the people that are in this panel, we're all sharing very important thoughts about this situation. And I wanted to thank all of you for teaching me a lot today. And I wanted to thank you for having this conversation with me. So thank you.
Thanks, Cookies. Hey, Rondo, is that you? You want to chime in now? How's it going?
That is me, but Lucy can go before me.
Okay, Lucy, go ahead.
Okay.
Hold on, Rondo got that sultry voice.
Yeah.
Ronnie got that voice, baby.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Lucy.
Sorry, Lucy.
Like, part of this conversation is making me realize that even more than the money, I feel like Black people should just be left a guarantee that they be left alone in order to rebuild. Like, that might even go farther than money. This is like what I've realized from this conversation. That but I wanted to say one more thing, like, based on my experience, that I don't want to my limited experience, right? So my family's from Argentina, which is kind of similar to Mexico, but the proportion of white people is like larger, and the proportion of indigenous people is lower than Mexico, and there's very few black people. We can go into that another day, but one of the things that is very similar to the United States, can you hear me? Yeah. One of the things that is very similar to the United States is that we have a lot of like European descendants or whatever. We don't call ourselves white over there because white is kind of like an American term. But there's a lot of white people, right? And but there's more mixture too than in the United States between white and the native population, right? And there's more people that are native, have Native American blood than in the United States. And in Argentina, there's open borders. So basically, like if you're from Bolivia, you want to go to Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, whatever, it's not really necessary to close the border because the economy is not that good, right? So like, it's like the border's open, you can come, you know, try your hand at like improving your life, but you know, it might not work because it's Argentina and the currency sucks. In Argentina, the people that have this view that is like against immigration have that's like considered like an anti-Native American view, right? So I think in the U.S. it gets more complicated because there's so many immigrants from like Asia and like India and whatever. But what I am seeing in the United States is which is similar and different to Argentina, is that when you have, and this is not about black people specifically, by the way, you have a large white population saying that these people that are from this continent, right, which is a lot of like the Mexicans, Hondurans, whatever that come here, and that they cannot come here when you had years and centuries of European immigration. Like, I consider that very racist, and that's not against the black population. I'm saying that specifically, like the white population has driven this mentality. What makes you more American than someone from like you know, Chihuahua or something that's right across the border? You know, so that is my view on the border, especially because a majority of the people that come from below the border have more indigenous blood than the majority of Americans. Now this is not, it kind of gets into like shaky area when there's people that are like me, you know, even though you'd be surprised to like see my family makeup. But you got people from India here. Like, it gets complicated in the U.S. because there's immigrants from all over the world. But I personally think that like the anti-immigration movement in the U.S., it's very anti-indigenous, and I think we have to start calling that out, because it's not just about, you know, and like Michael Penn has very valid opinions because he knows like how his community is and all of that stuff. But I think we gotta be a little bit more honest about this, because what makes someone legal, you know, be able to come from Italy? You know, there was like very little control of Italian, and I know this because I'm like very Italian by blood. Very little control over Italian immigration coming here from Ellis Island, but someone comes from Honduras or Mexico, and it's like some kind of, you know, oh, you know, they don't belong here, like, yeah, right? And that is racism. It might not be the same kind of racism that has happened to black people, but I think it's important to point it out, because at least like the white majority, they are scared of the browning of America. Like, they'll talk about this, you know, they'll say, oh, the browning of America, you know, what, you know, you mean like what America was before the Europeans came? So, you know, you know, and I am saying that against my own people, right? So like, I think anybody that is worried about the browning of America, you know, and is really like, I think there's something very screwed up about the fact that somebody from Honduras or Mexico that has been here for 30 years working hard, you know, whatever, and then you got like an Afrikaner that has been here for 2 days, and they give that person citizenship like from one day to the next. Now, I'm not saying that every Honduran or Mexican should be allowed to come here and occupy the space of land and housing that Black Americans have been working on forever. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is there's something kind of very anti-indigenous mentality to this, and it has even been addressed a little bit more in Argentina, believe it or not. Like, people will be like, well, those are our people from Bolivia and Paraguay. Actually, they have more right to be here than even we do, so we should let them in, right? That would be like the honest thing to say. Anyway, that's yeah. Anyway.
No, that was really good. That was really good. And I'm not gonna piggyback off of it because Rondo's been sitting waiting patiently. And
all right, yeah.
Hello, Rondo. Peace, 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 fam. It is so good to hear your voice. And when I say it's so good to hear your voice, it is so good to hear your voice, honey. I did not know you had that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I've been listening to the conversation and everything, and something that I'm struck with, like overall, is that it seems like everybody is pointing to the same thing, but we're all coming into the conversation at different times. Like, I actually like joined the stream at the beginning, but then I had like, daddy duties and all this stuff. So I was kind of like listening, but then I had to put the phone down, go away, come back. And then I came into something that I didn't understand what I was walking into. But one point that I really feel like that people I'm a little bit of a history buff and everything, and I feel like that it's important for us to look at history so that we can actually have like a correct understanding of the situation at hand, right? Like, understanding the importance of what is, and I've been talking about this in the chat, what is the doctrine of discovery? What is that philosophy? That is, for my estimation, what undergirds the majority of everybody's issues on this panel. That's what undergirds it. And I feel like a lot of the discussions that are had, like, the immigrants against, FBAs and that whole dichotomy, it's a whole bunch of different dichotomies to keep us from our eyes on the prize, improving everybody's situation moving forward, because pardon, I was about to curse. Situation sucks. Motherfucker sucks. And I lost my train of thought. I apologize. But anyways, one thing that
I'll just say the doctrine of discovery, they have changed that term to what, like, Tim Scott and they say now, the rule of law.
Yeah, the rule of law.
So it's the same thing, right? It's colonial settling, right? All across
destiny.
the globe.
If that's what bunch of socialists, communists, anarchists, it's what undergirds capitalism. That whole mind frame of the master and the servant, that's all derived from the doctrine of discovery. The doctrine of discovery was developed after people started lusting after what other people had all over the planet when they became hip to it. Oh, these black folks down in Africa got a whole bunch of books and a lot of gold and salt. Oh, these indigenous people in America got these plants that if you synthesize it a certain way, it makes you feel fantastic. Oh, we got to get all of that because we this is brand new. This is novel. But we lack, we lack that social connection. What like, I'm the resident not so good Muslim, I guess you would say. But within that, there's something that's in the Quran where it essentially says that the God created us humans on this planet into nations, into separate nations, so that we may know one another and so that we may learn from one another. That's the whole point. And so,
to build off of each
yeah,
other's cultures and ideas.
exactly. And so I feel like that's where the focus really needs to be upon. Like, yeah, we can go ahead and look at all the different issues and really barrel down into the nuts and bolts of it, but we can't lose sight of that ultimate goal is to improve this situation, because I can't be having my daughter out here living like this, you know, really on the ground like that. We really have to make it real. Like sometimes in the debate, like people get so caught up in the theory that people forget like the on the ground effects of everything. That's what made the Panthers so potent and so threatening to the system in itself, because they were actually putting, you know, uh, they were doing the work. They were upstaging the government. You know, free lunch programs,
And I
free
guess
breakfast programs. Like the government's doing that
and
now.
yeah, and to Bad Cookie's point, what made the
I'm sorry,
Black
it's
Panther
cutting out.
so
I don't know if y'all
threatening?
can hear me.
Oh, am I cutting off?
Okay.
I was just saying to Bad Cookie's point, Rondo, what made the Black Panther so threatening was because they built a coalition among workers of black and white and whatever other
I
descents
am
there
muted.
are.
I can't hear myself.
Uh-oh.
Well, we can
No,
hear you.
we can hear you. I don't
Now
know
I
what
can hear
happened.
y'all.
Okay, so what I was saying was what you were saying
And
about the
I'm
black people.
completely off track. So somebody else
So
pick up.
you can't hear me? Can you hear me, Rondo?
I can hear you.
Can anybody else hear me? Okay.
I,
So what you were saying was to Bad Cookie's point way earlier,
mm-hmm.
right? About the tit for tat scenario, what have you.
Yeah.
So what made Black Panther so threatening to the government was their ability to rally working class black, white people and every other type of immigrant in between. And so I think one of his points, and I don't mean to misquote you, Bad Cookies, was that he felt like some of the reason why the police get so violent when black people show up at protests is because they want to stamp that unity out before it even like catches and makes a wind or something like that. If
Oh
I'm
yeah.
saying that correctly.
Yeah. I can agree with that, but I feel that that's inculcated into the culture in general, especially in the American context. The whole revolution and all that stuff, Boston Massacre. Crispus Attucks is allegedly was a black man, and he was the first
The
person,
first to spill
the
blood.
first to spill blood. Black Lives Matter has always been an American issue, and that's where the initial dichotomy comes from. All these Johnny come latelys really need to understand that when black folks really like, nah, at this juncture we need to delineate, because y'all are not respecting the struggle. Y'all are not
That's
respecting
what
the
I've been
doors that have been opened.
saying.
Exactly.
Like this is what actually really need, like, like, don't quote Martin Luther King as some sort of overture. As you understand, do you understand that he was also hit in the head with bricks? That you know what is the Second Amendment? A well-regulated militia being necessary for the freedom of for being necessary for security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. They infringed his right up until the day that he died, and he still got hit in the head with bricks. And he was on some kumbaya shit. By the end of his life, he was like, I'm afraid I'm trying to integrate my people into a burning house.
He said
Because these,
that.
because
Yeah,
these
he did.
motherfuckers do not give a fuck.
Okay,
And he
yeah.
got
Mike
assassinated when he
translating
just
comment. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
he got assassinated when he said this is going back to reparations, but I don't want to get back on reparations. But he did when he got assassinated, it's because he was planning a march on Washington
For poor people's
for
campaign.
reparations.
Yeah.
And they were like, fuck that.
Yeah.
And that was the end of him.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's
I don't
like
know if a lot of people know that, so I just want to say that.
the dichotomy is like baked into the cake when it comes to the American context. Like we really have to
We
look at
see you. We see
history.
you, Michael.
We really have to get in we really have to really look at the history and really investigate it. You know, not just out of hand uh, you know, dismiss certain aspects of history as being, oh, that's conspiracy theories, you know?
Yeah.
Because
We're
I'm
gonna go
sorry,
to
I don't mean
Michael. No, we're gonna go to Michael in a minute. But I wanted to there's a question on the floor. And hi, Extra Bulla. Extra Bulla's here. Did I ever say hi to Steve? Okay. Hi, Steve. So Sean says, so delineate from support, question mark. Do you want to respond to that?
oh,
Because I feel
delineate from
like
support.
Well,
right.
we're trying to
I feel like we've been
prevent.
saying this over and over, and for some reason we're not being heard the way I would love for us to be heard. Um, but do you want to
Right.
respond to that, or
I don't think
do you
it's not
understand what he's saying?
I I'm I guess I'm going to attempt to answer
I would like to respond. Can I respond, please?
oh yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Well,
Lady
yeah, but
Carson.
Michael Pan's been waiting,
yeah,
so
Michael was next. Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Go ahead.
and then you
Well,
can
real
go.
quick.
and then you could go after him.
Okay, I was going to say right quick, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Michael Pan.
Okay. So, speaking what Or said earlier, and Abby, and thinking about what you guys said, right? And that's true. Yes, Martin Luther King Jr. came to Washington D.C. to demand a check for his people reparations because he realized he integrated his people into a burning house. That it's time to be our own firemen, because he thought that integration would change, would change white people's mindset, and he found out over time, no, integration made it worse than it already was. And Martin Luther King Jr. realized that it's time for substance, resources, to be equal, but not to be integrated. And think about it too, right? With a lot, and what like Trauma said earlier about most immigrants who claim that they came to America to work hard, build. But what most immigrants don't understand, and unfortunately to this very day, most immigrants don't want to admit that Black American freedmen built America already before immigrants came over. And immigrants, I mean, most immigrants, use white supremacy talking points to put Black American freedmen down.
Black folks made this shit cool.
Yeah,
Right.
and and
And
um and and I hear what you're saying, and I'm just gonna. It's not devil's advocate, but uh, Americans in general don't know true American history. So when you have an immigrant come over, they didn't learn American history, so they just see what they see and and what they hear, and they're just trying to get along to get along. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So they're
but
like, well, what do I need to do to fit in? Oh, I need to I need to I need to become white adjacent. That's how I
exactly.
assimilate. That's how I become an American. And they don't realize that that is a sinking ship in America
Mhm. Right, and
because they will eat their own. Not all white people. Not all
right,
white people. White people.
right. No, oh, but I'm just saying, like, but
It's a lot.
right, you get the point,
But it's
right?
a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
So
right, because unfortunately, like, I mean, most immigrants, not all. I always have to clarify because I know some people think that I'm being xenophobic. I'm not. I'm just saying, like, good majority, and also it's been documented historically, and unfortunately, because most immigrants they have not changed their views overnight, and it's still stagnant, unfortunately. Because even when I tried to, even like when I had to educate my own people about the real history, how we got from A to B, right? About America's capitalism, slavery, and unfortunately, most immigrants they get very irritated from me because I always yell at them. I have to yell because if I don't yell, they're not going to be informed and they're not going to change their views. Because my patience with people in my community or immigrants in general is very thin, it's very limited. Because I'm like, we live in an information age of the 21st century. People can
Well, can I give you
can
some advice on that? Because I think yelling is not going to get you very far.
I know, but
I
trust me,
don't
I
think
had
it's going to get
immigrants.
you very far.
Right, but I also had immigrant parents. I had immigrant parents yelled at me, so I feel like equal opportunity, equal pain is what they're asking. No, believe me, because my thing is to the immigrants, because unfortunately most immigrants are brainwashed by white supremacy. They don't want to deviate. Also, they control the kids a lot. I've seen this a lot in Asian cultures too, a lot. And unfortunately, most Asian parents don't even approve of their kids dating someone outside their race. And so when they don't approve their kids dating outside their race, it's very difficult for Asian parents to understand reparations and not let alone an Asian daughter is trying to explain to her mom and dad about why reparations are needed for Black American freedmen. And
Yeah.
sometimes the relationships most of the time the relationships go sour and the Asian parents and the daughter and the son-in-law they don't talk for many years until one of the kids I'm sorry until one of the kids from the daughter is born. And
Mm.
so that's why
That's quite unfortunate.
it's just me. Yeah, it's
That's
very
quite
unfortunate.
unfortunate. And
Yeah,
so Michael has he had to walk Bella. So now I'm the moderator. So Michael, is it okay if I move to Yonina? Because I think it was supposed to be
yeah.
Yonina, and then I don't know if Morpheus wants to say something or after. Is it Morpheus after that? I can't remember because I didn't know I was going to be the host. He just kind of sprung that on me. So
Rondo.
Yonina, oh Rondo,
Yeah,
okay.
It's
You
Sama,
went
yeah,
that
it's
way.
Sama. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm
I
just
mean,
letting. I'm
if
trying to time in that. Yeah, it was Morpheus afterwards. Sorry.
Marcus
Oh, it
or
was
Fat
Morpheus
Cookies,
after. Okay,
yeah,
so Yonina, which I didn't realize that was you in the Discord, Yonina. So thank you for all that great information that you've been providing in the Discord from an environmental front. I found it quite interesting. But anyway, I'm going to let you speak, and then it's Morpheus,
Sama,
and then Rondo.
right. And
I
so
okay. I was just making sure. Okay, cool. Um, about delineation, we need what we don't. We're not trying to delineate from the support. We do need to support each other. Nobody, nature doesn't like a vacuum, and nobody is an island. Okay, nobody, no man is an island. Okay, there is no such thing as rugged individualism. That's a lie. You're not coming out of the woods, breaking apart wood trunks, the trunks of trees, and taking down an 8-point buck with your bare hands. You're not doing that, okay? So there's no such thing as rugged individualism. We are here together on this earth for a reason, and that reason is to exist. And in order to exist and survive, we have to realize we have to help each other alleviate each other's pain for whatever time we have here on this planet together. Unfortunately, because of what you want to call capitalism or whatever I call it evil, I call it the worship of mammon, but we can call it capitalism. It's fooled people into thinking rugged individualism is a lie. It's fooled people into thinking, oh, I'm just another paycheck from becoming that millionaire that's like all the rest of the millionaires, and I ain't gonna have to worry about you sad sacks of poop anymore. I don't have to worry about you poor poor people and peasants anymore. That's not the case though. It's not. That's not the truth. That's not what the real is. And it's like people need to wake up out of that. No, we don't want to delineate from the support. What we want to delineate from is the lie that, first off, anybody's better than anybody here. Do you bleed red? Yes. Well, you're not better than anybody else here. Welcome to the club. All right. And in the club, we all family. Okay. So, and if you're not that, then what are you? Because if you're not people, what are you? Okay. We have to come to that. We Black people especially, we want to delineate from the lie that capitalism has built up around us. What's the people who are part of that construct of the lie have to realize that they're part of that construct of the lie in order to break from it in order to help break the lie down. If they don't do that, then that's not going to happen, and the lie will perpetuate unto perpetuity. Let me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know the word imperpetuity.
But yeah, we know what we mean. So, let me give you an example. For instance, I just found out that the whole reason the Cambodia Thailand thing is going on is because they were colonized too. They were colonized by France, and France said, "Okay, y'all is over here, and you recognized as a real nation," and the other part that didn't want to be a part of the nation that's recognized as France said, "We don't want to be a part of that, so we're going to make our own nation over here." So now they got this whole thing going on where there's a temple that Cambodians go to worship, but it's on the land owned by the Thailandese, but not the mountain that the path that they have to walk up to is owned by France, and it's this whole big convoluted thing made by colonialism, made by capitalism. Capitalism has touched every part of this earth. It's touched every part, and we have to realize that, and we have to come out of it. That's what we're trying to delineate from. That's why we were trying to tell the people who voted for this man that's in the office about the overlay for the underplay, because we saw it clear as day, and they had their mind and their eyes clouded by the God of this world. And you know what I'm saying?
It just would have been a slower fall, to be honest, if we would have picked the other person. But like what you're saying reminds me of what I'll make this comment real quick, and is it okay after I make this comment, pass it over to Morpheus? Is that okay?
I want to say one more thing, and then you can pass it over. Let me say one more thing. It's just like I said in the comments about having this castle that you built, this beautiful castle that you built that you don't really get to benefit from or participate in the function of, but you're happy that it's there, and you're happy that of the little bit that you have from it. And then the ones who are the major benefactors of this beautiful castle that you built all vote at the same time to tear it down, but they had little or no action in the construction of it. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened to us when he took away the 1965 the Voting Act and the
Voting Rights Act.
Yes, the Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act. That's what it was like, for at least to me, what happened with the Civil Rights Act when Trump just ruined over 100 years of work in a single swipe of a pen. The whole big castle, and the people who built it, they aren't the ones who ruined it. It's people who benefited from it more than we did. So that's
exactly.
That's
right.
Another like he just wants us in the streets, But what you were saying about delineation, I want.
One more thing. He's trying to put homeless people in workers' camps and asylums. So I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I'm on the verge of homelessness. I'm dealing with eviction right now. I'm also mentally ill. None of the drugs that they ever gave me worked, if you get what I'm saying. And I don't want to go through electroconvulsive torture. They call it therapy, but they literally have to put you to sleep and then make you have a seizure for that. And then they call it work. They say it works. I feel sick to my stomach. I'm so really concerned about it. I'm literally nauseous from that concern. I just thought I had to bring it up here because I don't know if y'all heard about that executive order he signed like 2 or 3 days ago. Yeah, so and that's another thing with the people who signed who voted him in the office. They really don't understand what the scope, the full scope of what they did. They don't understand it, and that's why I totally understand my people not getting out there and trying to fight for something we already barely had, but it was something. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
it's like a throwback to the vagrancy laws, is what it is.
Yeah.
Is what you're describing.
That's
And
exactly.
yeah, I have seen it. And basically, they privatized contracts to fly immigrants to different areas, to put them in private prisons. It's all like a money laundering scheme to make all of them get rich off of the suffering of people. So they do it to Black people by racial profiling and throwing them in jail and private prisons, and now they're doing it to immigrants by throwing them in concentration camps. I don't even know if I should be doing this because it literally is a concentration camp, but they're supposedly going to build some more. I'm not sure what the details of that is. What you were saying about delineation made me think about what Lucy said about her biggest takeaway was, like, really we need to just leave Black people alone
People
and give them
alone,
a chance,
basically.
to heal. Because it sounds like a lot of trauma, right? Like we've
Yes.
heard that throughout this stream.
And it's definitely like an
That's
indefinite.
my name. Don't wear it out.
Yeah. And it's like watching.
So wait, hold
Right.
on. I gotta
Sorry.
push it to Morpheus, and then Rondo, and then we can swing back to you, Michael.
No, I was gonna say
So,
it's all right if you push to somebody else because I feel like I'm a little lost because I had to go step out for a moment, so I feel like I'm a little lost on what the conversation is right now.
Okay, so and before I give it to Rondo, Yanina, I'm very sorry about what you're having to go through right now, and I can't only imagine the anxiety of, because it's not law; it's a executive order, so we have to see how this plays out. But they're very much trying to push. They could say anybody has a mental illness. Like, I'm queer. That's a mental illness to them. They're trying to make Trump derangement syndrome a mental illness. So
They're also trying to roll
the lines are super murky.
They're trying to roll back same sex marriage too. I heard that today. So
right. So so there's anxiety everywhere. Rondo, do you want to pick it up from here?
What was the initial question? Was it?
It's just if you had a comment.
No.
It was about delineation. He was asking, did somebody? Sean asked in the chat, should we delineate?
Oh, he sure did. Yeah. My bad. Thank you. You're a better hostess than me.
I just want to help. I like helping.
He sure did.
No,
he said delineate from what or something. I can't remember.
From assistance or help support. Support.
What are we delineating from? Like from help or something like that. Yes.
I think there's just a misunderstanding of the delineation, like, and where the perceived disrespect, at least from my perspective, I'll speak for me, where the perceived disrespect really kind of comes in is and I will describe it like this, infantilizing position that many of the arguments that are made in an effort to be in an effort of allyship to the black plight, we'll say, right? um Look at it like this. I'll use this as an analogy. Like, being a parent or whatever, you have a kid growing up, they're over here exploring the world, trying to figure things out and everything. And you're so used to helping them out with doing something, but then they're like, no, stop. I got it. I got it, daddy. I got it, mommy. What do? Do you just go ahead and do
let them
what
do it.
you let them do it so that they can learn it, so that then they can go ahead and do it for themselves? It's better to teach a man how to fish than to fish for them all the time. And I really feel like that's kind of like the perspective that where black folks that will push back on the, you know, coming from a good place, like the advice and like, yo, I don't think that that's necessarily like a realistic plan. We should go ahead and do this. Oh, 1.5 million is out of the budget for the government. Woo woo. It's like the situation that black folks are dealing with is way more existential than that. You know what I mean? Where it's like really life or death. Like, the situation that was just posed right now. Like people are out here trying to figure out like where they're gonna get their meal, if they're gonna have a roof over their head or whatever. And at the same time, these are whole ass adults doing this. So it's like when you come at the person's situation that they might be dealing with, like personally, they are dealing with this real life. You have to respect that, and that's where the pushback comes from. That's where the perceived hatred, but what it actually is resentment that comes from FBAs or whatever label you want to call the group. You know what I mean? Like it's a
Everybody
resentful
doesn't go by
position.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it like I don't hate nobody. I don't hate nobody out here getting money, doing for themselves, doing right by their family, living good out here. I'm not against that. What I'm against is somebody over here who, and I'm not gonna like this is no disrespect, but like immigrants are Johnny come latelys. Black folks have been here since the beginning of this shit and before then, right? So like we were in the front of the line. Have y'all seen the movie A Christmas Story? Classic Christmas movie from the 80s. Ralphie, the BB gun, all that. There's a scene in that movie where Ralphie wants to go and tell Santa Claus, "Yo, I'm trying to get this BB gun." And they go to the Macy's or whatever the department store was, and they just go ahead and just hop in line. And then there's a man who's behind them, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And Ralphie's like, "I'm here to see Santa Claus." That man says, "Sir, or boy, the line ends here. It begins there. No cuts." And people have been consistently been allowed to cut the line. That's the resentment. That's the best way that I can describe the resentment using popular media so that people can actually understand the concept. Like you have to let us move how we got to move. And then you can't be putting your hand in the pot, you know, right out. Got to let people get right, you know? That a person can't be helpful to another person unless they're good. If they're not good, you got to let them get good.
Exactly. That's what I'm about to say next too, because this brings very important point about delineation, and think about it for like over a period of time and think about it deeply. And I totally understand why Black Americans say it's time to delineate from other groups, because other groups of people, immigrants, have separated themselves from Black American freedmen. And not only they separate themselves from Black American freedmen, but they didn't want to be part of the Black American freedmen struggle for equality and liberation and ending of white supremacy, right? And Black American freedmen definitely, like as I told Abby before the show started, that Black American freedmen definitely need an indefinite break from other groups of people, like forever, because just saying a temporary break is not enough. Because Black American freedmen did a lot for a lot of groups of people, fought in so many wars, fought for immigrants to get rights, even though the civil rights is supposed to be for Black American freedmen initially. Most immigrants just keep most of them, not all of them, but most immigrants kept like kept taking, but never giving. And Black Americans did a lot, gave, and excuse me, lost my train of thought. Reciprocity has never been practiced, and so, and I'll say this: I think the reason why I think more immigrants are coming out and say, "Hey, Black Americans, we need your help," because they notice that Black American freemen are delineating from immigrants. Because before the delineation happened, most immigrants were not talking about anti-Black racism, and so now the immigrants who are, I'm saying, more immigrants are talking about, or children of immigrants are talking about, because they now realize it's happening to their parents who are impacted by the raids, and so this is a teaching lesson for any immigrants coming to America in the future, or any church of immigrants come to America in the future. They need to understand Black American history and embrace cash payment reparation as a way forward. Because just like what we said, what one panel member said earlier, saying Black Lives Matter is not enough, because it's just symbolism, it's symbolism, tokenism. It's just really like, how do I say? It's just like advertising, but it's not really adding substance. And I'm very big on substance, as Abby and others can tell, because when someone says thank you, saying thank you to Black American freedmen is not enough. What's going to really appreciate Black American freedmen is substance, meaning cash payment reparations and other tangibles. And the way I always and like what Or said, using like analogy. So I use like a loan as analogy, like for example, right? Because I try to be as concrete as much as possible. Sometimes people understand me, sometimes they won't, or sometimes they will resist me. It's not my problem. They got to figure on their own. So I think like this. Okay, let's say Black Americans offer a loan to immigrants, right? So Black Americans are the lender, immigrants are the borrowers, right? And um, the Black American freedmen tell the immigrants, "Hey, when we give you this, when we give you guys, when we give you the loan, when we issue the loan, it's going to be interest charged. So by giving you the loan, I'm not doing this for free. I'm expecting that you're going to pay me this amount, X amount of time with interest charged." By injecting like loans in this conversation to immigrants, I think it's going to get immigrants to understand it's about money. That money equals respect for Black American freedmen. And like what Trauma said earlier, when someone builds the castle, right? People who build a castle can never enjoy the fruits of the labor, because their labor has not been compensated for several centuries and counting. Other groups can, and then other groups unfortunately tear down the castle that was built by Black American freedmen, and then they asked Black American freedmen to rebuild the castle, and Black American said, "No, we're not going to rebuild it, because we know once we rebuild the castle, you're going to tear it down again and again." And that's the same message that most immigrants should understand, moving forward. And so I take it from there, and not only that, but then I just wish other groups of people can be almost like me, but not complete like me when it comes to fighting for tangibles for Black American freedmen. What I mean is that contacting their legislators, contacting their mayors, contacting city council, state reps, and so on. Because when I see like Church of Immigrants talking about issues that facing Black American, okay, great. But what needs to be discussed or re-emphasized is substance moving forward. So I hope it answers Trauma's and ours question. Thank you.
I just want to make sure that you guys can hear me. I might have to back in and out because there's something wrong with my mic. Can you hear me? Yeah? Cool.
You're coming in clear, man.
All right, good.
Good on
Sorry
my
I had
end.
to leave there for a bit. Looks like Abby is dropped out too, so I guess I'm moderating again there. I came in when I first thing I heard when I came back was Rondo saying something about immigrants being Johnny come latelys, and this is something worth kind of talking about. I find it kind of silly just being one of the people kind of born in North America and experiencing this crazy economic crisis we're in. A lot of us want to get out from this hellhole. So the kinds of people who want to come here are the kinds of immigrants who still believe in the capitalist American dream. And it's a little bit of a problem as far as organizing and having solidarity and recognizing working class politics. The people coming here tend to have a more anti-communist kind of mindset and a willingness to look the other way for the crimes of imperialism. So as far as there being real tension between the people here fighting for the things they've been fighting for a long time, and the people coming here not being very sensitive to their domestic issues because they support the empire, that's definitely going to be problematic. So I don't know what you guys think about that, but I don't know who's anybody waiting for. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to point something. I kind of already mentioned this because like that's kind of like the view that I have of it. Just where is it? But one thing I want to mention is that immigrants are not. It's not like a monolith, obviously, right? So you have immigrants from Europe, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, India, Mexico, right? And but the immigration protests, like if you look at the protests in California and stuff, it was a lot of Mexican flags, like so many Mexican flags, and the Mexican thing is totally different from immigrants, right? Like I've tried to explain it, like I explained it to my husband, for like my husband's Arab. And I was like, that like Mexicans think of a third of the U.S. as like land that was stolen from them. Like they also built this country, right? So I don't think like you can put all immigrants into the same bucket. Like I don't consider myself the same as Mexicans because Mexicans have a land claim to this country. I don't. So like I think that's where the whole reparations thing in California kind of got contentious because it was like, the Mexicans are like, so you might not understand like that point of view. Like I get that a lot from like people that come from, Middle East, like Asia, stuff like this. But like that is my understanding of it. And my understanding of it too is that it's different to gatekeep the border for people that are on the border, like and indigenous people and stuff like that, than it is from like to gatekeep from people from Ukraine, Asia, whatever. Like that's so I want to like kind of separate those things out because like the Mexicans also have to delineate themselves from like people like me, yeah, so I just wanted to put that out there.
and can someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I feel like there's if there are some certain Chinese people that can trace their lineage and Mexican people that can trace their lineage in the West, they're owed reparations too, because the Chinese were like, they were did dirty.
Yeah, the Chinese
like, real dirty. Real dirty.
Japanese too. During the whole gold rush in San Francisco and shit, they've never done dirty.
Japanese already got but the Japanese got reparations already. I don't think the Chinese did. Like they were banned for like. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait. Well, let me just finish my statement, and then somebody could jump in. The Chinese didn't they got, so there was a Chinese Exclusionary Act. Like after they used the hell out of them, and then they got banned for like 60 years or something like that. And then the Mexicans they allowed them to come in droves, and then when the recession hit, they mass deported them. Is that a word? Deported them out of the area again. So around the 1930s or something like that. Like all that stuff needs to be studied because I think they're owed some reparations as well.
Yeah, there's people in the Caribbean that like in the Southeast they deported Apaches, and they sent them to the Caribbean. So like there's a lot of back and forth with the Caribbean and Mexico. It's not the same as as saying like, oh, somebody from Argentina, or like somebody from Taiwan. It's not the same. Like it's not the same relationship. There has been a lot of back and forth migration. People get deported that are from this side of the border, stuff like that. It's very complicated.
Well, no. I'm talking about people they welcome in, use them, and then threw them out, which is very different from people just migrating and they're still here. The Mexicans that are here now are not the Mexicans that were there then, because they all got thrown out and then they started slowly migrating in again. You know what I mean?
I know people who live in California and they have literally been in California in this same spot before the border moved. So they all of them didn't get booted out. And like, I know you're talking about like the Mexican Repatriation Act, which that was like Mississippi and a lot of states in the East. That was not in California for the most part. So some of these things happen. I see. And then also when you brought up like the Japanese got reparations for internment camps.
I didn't bring them up. Bad Cookies did. I said they already got their reparation.
Yeah, but that reparations they got was for the internment camps, not for any kind of other labor and stuff like that was going on prior to the internment camps with World War II. Because there was other things that were going on that were separate from that. That was just the people who were rounded up for internment camps. I guess since it's getting a little bit late and for me and I haven't put no food in my belly, I'm gonna kind of say a little statement and kind of get ready to wrap for myself. I know that, like, for instance, a lot of people on here have their set views, and I don't believe that anybody is going to change anybody's mind. It's more for the listeners to kind of maybe glean some different things from different people and get different perspectives. I think some of the stuff on the panel, I don't even think there's a lot of I think there's more agreement on things than I realize. I just feel like maybe people are hyper focusing on the issues that they feel are more that's in their purview and what's their focus. I would just say that where I would want to say something, because I feel like I am unique as far as especially the Black people who have been on this panel. Part of my own faith, there is no such thing as delineation for me, because I see most of the people that you guys will look at as different Hispanics and all these other people as my people also. So therefore, it is commanded upon me to treat them as my brother and do this, regardless of how certain ones over here might act this way or that way. And I don't get into, well, some of them have this beliefs or that beliefs. I remember a girl I dated in high school. Her father was racist, and he changed that viewpoint by just engaging. And so, yeah, people are going to have their viewpoints. Also, like out here in California, people don't realize a lot of immigrants that were coming in were getting robbed by Black people out here. You know why? Because they knew that they couldn't go to the police. And so there's long histories and reasons back and forth between communities to have animosities. It's not all that everybody's coming in and they're brainwashed. Sometimes there is histories that are going on and there's stuff going both ways. A lot of the Black and brown division that are happening out here in California is mainly due to the prison system and gang culture. It's not due to any of that other stuff. And like where I grew up in the Midwest, where I didn't have this divide of Black and brown divide, which I see a lot of everybody else is having. I didn't grow up with that. So for me in particular, I see things differently. Also in Puerto Rico, there's like my other side of the family, I'm just going to put this out there. There's racism literally everywhere. If you focus on the one racist person, you're never going to get anywhere. But there are more people out there who are trying to do things, and you can find coalitions instead of always focusing on the negative aspect of the people who are not trying to build with you. Just build with the people who you can build with and go from there. Because the moment, like my perspective on the whole delineation argument, especially for Black people, as our community keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and especially the people with wealth and power and actual sway and doing anything decide to separate themselves from the rest of us, All you're doing is putting yourself in a little box and saying, don't anybody help me. I'm just going to get over here and I think I can do it all by myself. Screw everybody. You're because of hurt and damage and fear of, well, maybe somebody might decide to screw me over later. You might be screwing yourself over long term, making sure that nobody has any sympathy for you and making sure nobody wants to ally with you. I think it's a foolish viewpoint when we're getting to a point where we're getting under 10%. That means if we piss off the rest of the 90% of people, then what does that look for you? 9-on-1 odds. So that's how I view things. Yeah, if we want to be about people we feel jump ahead of the line a little bit, some of the laws, the way they were written, with the people who written the laws.
Wait, something is happening.
I'll say be upset with the people who wrote the laws. Don't be upset with the people because of how they may have benefited from. For instance, out here where I'm at in California, this area in particular, most of the little cities around me are 90% or more Hispanic. So what do you think the representation is going to be? And I don't mean just the city. I mean the city councils, the mayors, most of the prominent business, the lawyers, judges, everything. So therefore, to expect, well, they need to go do all of this for the 1% of people here who are really not being affected any different than anybody else. I don't know. I'm just speaking from my perspective and viewpoint and we have somebody who is taking advantage of division and intentionally putting one person against other people. They've been doing this for centuries, and they've done this just switching out which groups. How can I get this group to go against that group, to use this group against that group? And I think people are falling for it because we're acting like the siblings who were mad because your brother got a toy and you didn't get a toy. And we're focusing on that. It's the crabs in the barrel mentality. We're mad at the other crabs, but we're not mad at who put us in the barrel. So I'll leave it at that.
Wait, I got one thing to say. So you saying it was 90% Mexicans who voted against reparations in California?
No, I did not say that. The reparations thing got shut down by.
Please, let's not go back to reparations.
It got elected.
But it's kind of a part. But I just had to let me answer this one question.
No, Yonina, it didn't come to like some kind of nation. It didn't come to a statewide vote and got shot down. No, that's not what happened. It got shot down by elected officials. A good chunk of them are Black Americans. And the reason why they did that, because Gavin Newsom had no intentions of passing it, and they're playing the old Democrat versus Republican political shit. This had nothing to do with any of that stuff. This has nothing to do with, all these Mexicans over here are stopping it. It's because Gavin Newsom wanted to put out good press and then have the Congressional Black Caucus intentionally shiv themselves so he didn't have to do it. He did the same thing with Medicare for all. He did the same thing with like 4 or 5 other issues. That's California politics.
That's it. And I just do want to say I do have I have Hispanic in me as well. My grandmother married a man. His name was Henry Figueres. Figueroa Figueres. That's my people.
Yeah. So it looks like Bad Cookie's getting a little tired. He's getting ready to drop out. So just thank you very much, Cookies, for being a part of our panel. I realize it's a 4-hour stream where that seems like our record. So that's everyone. Thank you too, Marcus. Yes. You're trying to get out of here. So well said, everyone.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Look, I think I feel like I grew in some way from the panel. I hope other people did as well. I want to leave people with some things that I don't know if they're going to be helpful, but this is let's see. It's called icelist.is. So it is a way to document the people who are working for ICE who have all of their face covered and you can't see them. And they're not they're not telling anybody who they are. They're not identifying themselves. A lot of times they're not even policemen. Anybody can go on Amazon and buy a vest. There have been circumstances where people have acted like they were ICE agents and robbed and stole people, sexually assaulted them, things of that nature. So I think it's really important. And I don't know these people at all. So you could vet them yourself and see if you feel like it's safe for you to participate in collaborating with them, because I'm not sure. But I did find this and I thought it was very interesting. You can go in and click.
Say something about that. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to say something about that. This whole thing with like the vans going around and kidnapping people, like this, this is a specific strategy that was used in Latin America. Like this whole thing with the vans and kidnapping people. And I can say this for sure because like I there's a lot of people, my family, close family of friends, that this happened to them, like in South America. This is not about immigration. This is where they are grooming you to accept a paramilitary force in your country, and like I think that's like kind of really hard for people here to wrap their heads around. Like I don't think people understand that it's not about immigration. Basically, what you're doing is you're saying, okay, we're gonna do an immigration plan, deportation. If you're not doing anything wrong or if you're legal, it's not going to happen to you. But they've already done this to several citizens.
I already lied about that.
They're wearing masks, right? You're literally one step away from hooding people and like electrocuting them somewhere, you know? So like, yeah, it matters. For example, like what I'm seeing is that, yes, black people have fought a lot in this country, and they fought for the police to have badges, for example, to wear body cameras, to not be masked. Like, it's important for the police to identify themselves, right? ICE does none of these things. So,
right.
So, like, to me, that is like, okay, you know, if you guys don't realize that Operation Condor is happening in your country, you know, like, I'm not one to judge, you know, I understand, like, the learning curve is different for everybody, and it is for me. There's things that I don't understand, but this is very scary, you know, to me, as someone that knows people that went through this, like, drive-by van kidnapping thing, this is very common in a lot of countries.
And so they're saying one way to try to identify these people is carry around glitter with you. Okay, throw glitter on them. You're not doing anything illegal by throwing glitter on them. And if you're scared to throw glitter on them, put glitter where their windshield wipers, right there in that little crest. So when they turn on their air conditioner, glitter will fly through into the car. And glitter is very hard to take off. So if you see someone with glitter on in their normal clothes, try to get a picture of them and upload it here. And these people will investigate and try to figure out if they are ICE agents or have some type of actual, what's the word? Like, I'm losing my words. Like title in the agency. So there's that. It's called icelist.is. There are 2 apps that are going around. So let me share this tab instead. I mentioned this one last time. Maybe I can make this bigger. Okay. This app is called Kokwi. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Kokwi?
Cookie.
And it's free. Koki. It's an anonymous app. And if you see ICE in an area, you can go on the app and let people know that ICE are here. It's kind of like, you know how Waze, if anybody has Waze, the Waze app, and you're traveling throughout the country or what have you, and you see like police presence, you could let other people that use ways know that the police are in this area. It's the same concept. So that one came out first, and then I saw this other one. Again, I don't know these people, so and I didn't have time to do the research because I found this one today. It's called Ice Block. They're supposed to be anonymous, and you can let people know if you've seen ice in your area. I downloaded both of them, and I'm trying to, play with it. But I'm in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I don't. We had a news article saying ICE was here, and it turned out that it was federal agents uh, arresting the like police officers for nefarious behavior. It wasn't even about ICE, so but they made it seem like it was about ICE. But those are the three things that I have that maybe you could do without putting your boots on the ground and putting your body in harm's way in this fight for justice for our fellow community.
Yeah. Oh, Abby,
And
just
that's
want
what
to.
I have. And
I was just gonna say about the glitter thing. The first step would be doing the glitter stuff. The second step is to act on the glitter that you see on the alleged agent, which is the hard step.
right.
So we're too afraid of the reprisal, more afraid of the reprisal than the oppression that's ongoing. We might have a problem. So we
I'll
want to
just
maybe
say,
last comment. Yeah.
well, you got to give the warning though, definitely, because depending on the officer, they can use it different ways. And just like spitting at somebody can be considered assault, throwing the glitter on them, they can charge you with assault. And if you did it on a vehicle and it turns out to be a federal vehicle, they can hit you with tampering with federal government property or federal property, which can be a steep, fine. I'm just telling you, as somebody who used to work corrections and worked for a sheriff's department.
See how they do you?
No,
I
you're
think
right.
we should go through
Yeah, I
everyone.
heard that they have like a crazy like $50,000 sign up bonus for
Yep.
ICE.
ICE. Yeah.
That's because the ICE morale has been going down significantly. So they say.
Another thing that ICE is doing right now, because they're not getting numbers as fast. They are getting people, but they're paying a lot of bounty hunters, and they're paying bounty hunters from different states to go to other states. And so that's part of why a lot of them are covering their faces, because they're general contractors. They're not actual ICE agents.
Mm. And Morpheus, is that why? Because I'm looking and I'm like, well, people are kind of fighting them, and they'll kind of back off and run away in a lot of circumstances. And I'm like, that means they're not really police, because police have qualified immunity. Like they have guns on them.
Well,
but
see,
they're really not being. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, which is dicey. Even if they were actual ICE officers, that law on just being able to stop anybody wherever and start questioning them, that is only within a certain amount of miles from the border. And when you're away from the border, that is illegal. So what they're doing is illegal. It's unconstitutional. It's Fourth Amendment, violating your Fourth Amendment right to just walk up and just start, questioning you and doing all that stuff. So they're breaking a lot of laws. But when you had somebody like a Mitch McConnell who stacked the judges on all different levels with people who really don't give a damn about the law, only about enforcement, and you had soft fascism rolling in, that's the reason why I'm getting away with it now. And so, they have judges who are going to side on politics, on party line, whether it's legal or not. Mm-hmm. And that's where the problem comes in. Even though it's against the law, they don't give a damn.
And isn't the prelude to that like how we used to fight vigorously against racial profiling? And the whole community would say, well, just comply. If you just comply, well, you're asking me to give up my Fourth Amendment rights. And that's not right. That's racial profiling. And now they're using the same tactics for immigrants. So you busted us for doing it.
Yeah.
But now you're seeing how they're expanding it. Oh, I'm not talking about you.
I'm not telling black people that they need to be out in the streets protesting. But the people who are viscerally against it and kind of laughing at what's going on, they're just using this as a way to bring in soft fascism, Well, I would go more with authoritarianism, not necessarily fascism. Authoritarianism is the correct term. What they're doing is they're trying to get to a point where anybody who starts to question, and let's try with a group of people we already know a bunch of people on our group don't want here anyway. Let's start it that way, and then it'll go to just dissenters. You have already heard the language start morphing with Trump, and this is why, like I said this before, and I know I'm not a Kamala supporter. I just want to make that clear. But when people underestimate the difference with Trump, what I'm saying is with Kamala, yeah, you're still gonna have the Gaza stuff. You're still gonna have, the income disparities and a lot of those problems. Things are just you're gonna have a status quo stay the same. But with Trump, it's actually doing damage and putting in long-term dangerous things. That's the difference. I've always said for the longest, Democrats don't give a damn about you, and they're just gonna do the bare minimum to try to stay elected. Republicans actually want to cause you harm. That's a difference. It's a big difference.
Well, there's the accelerationist argument that's often employed, and people don't really even support Trump, but they have rationalized to themselves why it makes sense, why they would prefer Trump to be in power. And I would challenge those people.
Good until you're in a gulag.
Accelerationist. If you believe in that, please analyze the situation as it has unfolded and tell me if your accelerationism worked. If it got to the policies that you wanted, if it got whatever social change that you're looking for, or you gave the acceleration of your enemies' policies, which seems to me to be what's happened instead.
I'm telling you, people will think it's fun until they realize, oh wait a minute, it's not going to be bad for a little bit, and then the revolution happens. It might just be bad for a long ass fucking time, and you never see no revolution.
Yeah, I think that's more likely just because like the American population is all divided and stuff. No one is ever gonna agree on anything, and then it's just gonna be like. But the thing is, like, Kamala Harris, like, I feel like what they did in Palestine was unforgivable. Like, I don't think I can look past that. So just to vote for Democrats just because of immigration?
I wasn't saying vote for her, but I'm saying I kind of made the argument on my channel to not be so, like, a lot of the pushing so hardcore against Biden and Democrats it did sway people to vote for Trump. All you've done is say, well, I'm going to make sure that the horrible thing that's going on, I'm going to make sure it gets done now.
Well, I think a lot of that wasn't really us. I think it was like the whole like Bobby Kennedy like psyop that people fell for.
Oh yeah, I'm with you. He's a piece of shit also.
I told them from the beginning, I was like, Bobby Kennedy is trash. Like I saw Bobby Kennedy on stage. Like
no, I saw you calling him out way earlier than a lot of other people.
And then I gave up hope. Like after the Bobby Kennedy thing, I was just like, I was like, people.
I was like, these people are really gonna fall for this. No. and then I listened to people run around talking about Trump. This is the biggest bait and switch ever. It's not a bait and switch. This motherfucker told you everything he's gonna fucking do. He told y'all. And then y'all act like y'all fucking surprised. Come on.
Well, at least Donald Trump was honest what he was going to do intentionally, and whereas Democrats, they were very covert.
Not really. They're just not going to do shit. That's what they always do. They always say that they're going to. They vaguely promise shit that they never ever get around to. That's the same routine they've been doing.
I mean, they're going to kneel. They're going to wear some kente cloth. They're going to do some performance theater.
It's strange to me that Trump has somehow become very widely known as both the biggest liar and someone who's told you everything, like completely honest, told you everything he's going to do and then did it. it's weird
I'm
that
talking
one of those
about
things
the
can't be
Epstein
true.
files. The Epstein files. There's nothing in there. They're not real. Okay, they're
Oh
real.
Lord, that's not even.
But
You know what
the Democrats made them. The Democrats made them. They made them very nasty Democrats. The Obama made them. I heard that Clinton was in there 28 times. He went to the island. I never went to the island. The
Because
islands
the
are right
FBI
next to
says
each
so.
other. They
All
right
right, but
next to
y'all,
I
hey,
mean,
I gotta go for
I
a little
don't
bit.
even. I don't even want to get into
All
the
right, no,
Epstein
thank you,
files.
Marcus.
I don't even want to get into that. But if whoever's in there, lock them all up. Lock all their asses up. But I don't even want to get into that. What I did want to, reiterate though, because we didn't even like scratch the surface, and we've been on for 4 hours. So maybe we could have a part two if anybody's interested, because I would love to have another conversation, which won't be about reparations. We've talked about that to death, and it won't be about if we need to protest. We've talked about that to death. It's going to be about like economic justice for Black Americans in the midst of immigration policies that affect them. So, if anybody's interested, we can have a conversation about that. And then the other conversation I wanted to have, and I almost forgot what it was. Jeez, never mind. I can't remember. We
Well,
talked about so many things,
yeah, I was gonna say
but it was a good one.
I wanted to say if anyone we wanted to go through each of the remaining guests for everyone to give their last comments and promo any shows they got. Looks like now's the time. So, you want to maybe start with Michael? Just go in order: Michael, Pan, and then Yonina and Rondo. Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Yes, I just want to say, like I said, I know earlier today it was great. And like I said, I apologize if I was very excited. I was not meant to. I didn't mean to get excited. I just felt like sometimes people don't understand the history until they realize the pain. It's the only way they're going to understand moving forward. And also speaking about, and I understand why immigrants have been prioritized over Black American freedom for so many centuries. So I feel like this is a good lesson for most immigrants to learn, understand, and embrace. And also next time I would say to immigrants, when Black American freedmen say, "Hey, let's ally together," Black America are serious about the systems that were created by people at the top for several centuries and counting. And so, if I were the immigrants, please embrace the Black American freedmen message because no other groups of people are going to have no other groups of people are going to advocate for immigrants except for Black American freedmen. And for Black American freedmen, enjoy your vacation. You guys deserve an FBA vacation for several centuries because you guys work hard and through sweat and tears, and you guys definitely need like an indefinite break from the system.
Thank you, Michael. I don't.
You are,
You don't have a channel, right? But you are very active in the Conrad community on different channels, correct?
yeah, on different channels. Also, I'm also doing kind of doing like direct action on the ground. It's not really like it's I'm new to direct action, contacting contacting members of Congress, state reps, and several politicians to advance reparations because I know Black American Freedmen did a lot going to the doors and nothing happened. So I felt like it's my turn to come to the plate and hit a home run, and hopefully the Black American Freedmen to this day can get what is due
So
today.
what you're referring to is like a type of mutual aid, but it's a political mutual aid.
Yeah,
So
you could say something like that. Yeah, it's you could say something like that for sure. It's kind of, for me, it's more like individual, but I'm doing this with an organization, which is NAASD. It stands for National American Ascendants of Chattel Slavery, and it's very big on cash payment reparations, land grants, free college education, free healthcare. But it's more focusing on cash payment reparations for Black American freedom chattel slavery because of what Martin Luther King Jr.'s word. We're coming to Washington D.C. to get a check for people.
what we'll do, Michael, is we'll talk offline, and I'll get more information about what you're doing. Maybe we could bring you back so you can bring more people into your political mutual aid agenda, because it sounds like a great agenda to me. So thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you. And I appreciate Blue Moon Red Wine for introducing me to you, but I'm going to let her plug her own stuff. Before I do that, I'm going to plug Morpheus and the Political Matrix. He's offline, but he's still in the comments creeping a little bit. So Morpheus and Teal, they have a show called The Political Matrix. It happens, it's right there on the screen, Sundays, 12 p.m. Pacific and 3 p.m. Eastern. Please go over there, subscribe, like. I'll see you over there sometimes in the comments. Maybe he'll have me on. I'd be honored. And then I'll give it to you, Lucy. You could big yourself up.
I think thanks so much for this panel. I learned a lot. I think one of the things I learned the most is like I'm one of those people. I'm like hyper logical sometimes, and I like looked at number, like I worked in account, and I was like, no, this doesn't make sense, and that. But sometimes what I come to realize is that people don't really just care about the number. It's like they want to be heard, and they want their history heard, and sometimes I get lost in like my own analysis. So this was a very good debate.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lucy. Rondo, come on, Barry White. What you got to say? Oh, Barry sleep. Oh, there he is.
Here I am.
Okay.
I appreciate being on the panel. I have learned a lot. I think that everybody actually brought in like very interesting and relevant points that we should all take back and ponder on, because we're all trying to get to the same place. We're all just getting there from what we perceive as being the best avenue. Uh, do I have anything to promote? No. I'm just some rando on the internet that likes to, hop in chats and say interesting things from time to time. But no, I
Well,
appreciate. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I was just going to say you say a lot of interesting things, and you give us a lot of insight into Muslim culture, because that's not something I'm close to. So I really appreciate your contributions in the chat to let us know where we're off, where we're making mistakes, and like send us on a correction. And we really appreciate you for that, Rondo. Peace, peace, peace. Bam.
Each one
Bet.
teach one. We got iron
That's
sharpens
right.
iron.
That's
We
right.
gotta we gotta help each other. Each one of us has to help the other one so that we can
Correct.
all go up together, because that's really what
Correct.
it's about. So
And I want to thank Bad Cookies. He's tired, but he's creeping in the chat a little bit, so he's laying down, relaxing his body before he relaxes his mind. And I just want to tell him thank you so much for your contributions tonight, because if it wasn't for you pushing back on us, then maybe we wouldn't have made some of the breakthroughs that we did. So I appreciate you so much for that. And I really do feel like everybody took a little a bit from someone else and grew a little bit further. And with that being said, Miss Yonina.
Last but not least, okay?
Last but not least.
I hope
never
y'all
that.
enjoyed my horrible Trump impression. I don't good. I don't do no good. Good night, Uncle Warren. So I just wanted to say that I enjoyed being up here with all of you. I did, I learned different perspectives of very valid points that you all had. And I did enjoy my time up here with you all. And I just want to say that, I don't have anything really for myself to plug. If you're on Discord, I share a lot of stuff on there. And I just jumped in there, and I'm acting like I've been in there the whole time. just pages of stuff that
you are very very insightful on Discord. I really appreciate you for that. Like your range of knowledge is I put you up there with Michael. Like you guys are pretty book smart there.
Thank you very much. I try to be. Oh well, if I push anything, I would push y'all to, I don't know, just like learn about stuff that you wouldn't want to learn about, the things that you wouldn't want to know about. Look for them to learn about them. Like things maybe that might scare you a little bit. Look it up. For me, it's well, I don't know if it scares me. I'm gonna say it scares me and it fascinates me at the same time. And I don't know which one it does more. But microbiology and pathophysiology and pathology, stuff like that. I'm into that. So I read certain books, and there's certain things that the American government did to us or allowed to happen to us that they don't want us to know. Like if you read Dr. Mary's Monkey, go look that book up by Edward Haslam. That's a book that you should look up and read. I'll put them in Discord. I have them here in physical.
My mom was a lecturer microscopist, so I totally get what you're like. I'm a science nerd too, but I went away from biology more into like theoretical physics.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but I could still, but we could still go there together.
Right. Oh, and Lab 257. That's another book that I plug by Michael C. Carroll. I think it's called the name of the author. So definitely like two books that y'all need to check out. Check those two books out. And that's all I'm plugging. I mean, you can check out my channel, Trauma Raised Me. Raised is spelled Razed, not like, raised, but raised.
And you could put it in the chat because we're still going to be here for a minute. I'm going to let, I just want to say thank you to everyone. I'm going to let Michael have the last word. He was kind enough. He said he wanted to stand back because he was Canadian and he wanted to make sure we all had a voice as Americans dealing with this issue. So I appreciate him so much for that. And you did a wonderful job, Michael, as always. After you say your goodbyes, I have queued up something that I want to dedicate to Bad Cookies and all of the Mexicans in California who are fighting the good fight and having a hard time. Okay? Off to you, Michael.
Thank you, Abby. I appreciate everyone for coming on. Of course, we kind of reiterated this ad nauseum, but it can't really be said enough. There is no show without any of the viewers, and we're more than just viewers. That's where I appreciate just the average person coming on, whether they have fancy credential or title to go with their name. If there's some kind of official representative, that's great. We need that kind of stuff, but I want to hear from the people, right? I want to hear the populist kind of like build the populist movement that works, right? So we maybe haven't accomplished a whole lot with this one conversation, but I would go so far as to say that we didn't accomplish. We didn't do nothing here. We are getting something started. Hopefully, it amounts to something. If you're too cynical to believe that even just talking about stuff isn't going to get us anywhere, you may be a bit self-defeating there. That's kind of, it's one thing to be defeated by your enemy when you gave it your all. It's another thing to be defeated by your own thought process, right? So thanks again, everyone. Hope to see you guys again next week. Let's try and do this again if everybody is willing. Not too soon, of course, because gotta respect everyone's time. But see, we'll get going. Okay, thank you. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Exactly. And as Bad Cookie says, the fight is over. Protests accomplished nothing, as previously stated. So what we need to do is move this conversation further and figure out how we're going to come together and do political mutual aid, something that Michael was talking about. So yeah, let's get it.
Why are we so worried about getting rid of all of the Mexicans or Hispanics that are quote unquote here, if they're illegal or not? At the end of the day, many of them are paying taxes. Many of them have been here for generations and decades. And Matt, trying to get rid of 4 or 5 or 3 million people all at once is not going to work. We don't have the resources.
Well, you don't have to do it all at once.
And secondly, Matt, listen, there is no such thing as an illegal Mexican immigrant coming into Texas, because they're only coming home. Texas, Arizona, and California was stole from the Mexicans.
Don't start
this
that now,
all
man.
belonged to them. So they're only coming home. And then here it is, you white folks stole the land from the Indians, but yet you're the natural, real illegal immigrant.
So let's start with the things you said that are already wrong. First of all, they're coming here. They're not paying any taxes. You're telling me they're paying taxes? They're not paying taxes because nobody knows who in the heck they are. No, they're not paying any taxes.
Matt, when they buy a product, they paying a tax on it.
Let's continue.
When they buy a car, they paying a tax on it.
You come into this country illegally. That is a law that you're breaking. And that's why they have to be sent back to wherever they came from. They want to come through the front door. That is the correct way to come in. And the city of Houston has to stop allowing this, or we're never going to get them to stop coming in here. Look,
Matt,
that's what we got to do. Follow the law.
But Matt, where is the compassion that the indigenous Indians had for white people in this country?
Why do you keep going back?
They let you all come in.
What are you going back?
And you came in and raised a whole lot of hell.
Don't start.
Trump
Start
called
bringing up
Mexicans
history and try and
rapists. He
explain
called
what's
them
going on
criminals.
today.
Trump called the Mexicans illegal criminals coming into America. Well, the biggest illegal criminal ever coming to America was white people.
So you don't give a damn if people break into this country.
I don't give a damn.
I wonder what's going to happen when they come rob your house.
I don't give a damn about hypocrites who came here illegally and stole all of this and now want to blame them for only coming back home. To all of the Mexicans, don't worry about this. Just keep having babies, and in 30 years, all these white folks will be under your control.
To Americans, let's stand up and do what the hell we're supposed to do and stop letting the city of Houston be an open door. This ain't no sanctuary city.
Don't listen to that.
This is a real city.
Just keep having babies, and at the end of the day, you'll run everything in Texas. Just keep having babies.
Now you understand why I got to come here every single week, and I gotta go after this man and maybe get through that thick skull one day.
In 20 years, you're gonna be the minority in Texas. Why are we so worried about getting rid of all of